They are just
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to start off calling the meeting to order. We're going to start off with roll call. Rosie, could you do roll call, please?
Lisette,
Here.
thank you, Lisette. Mary Beth,
Here.
Freya,
Here.
Sophia,
Here.
and Kimberly.
Here.
Thank you. We're all here.
Thanks, Rosie. I'm going to be running the meeting tonight. Lizette is president. She is here tonight, but she isn't feeling well. So I'm going to be running the meeting for her as vice president. And Lizette will not be making any public comments tonight either because she doesn't feel well, but she is going to be listening, and she is available by chat to us board members so we can see if she has any comments, and she will be voting as well. So that's what's going on with that. We do have one change to the agenda as well. We are not going to be presenting the board or the bond presentation tonight. It's not ready yet. So we need to move the approval of the Measure M Facility Bond and Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee 2020-2021 annual report to next month. So we do need to approve our agenda, and I would like to approve it making that change.
Just roll call. I mean, Pledge of Allegiance first.
Oh,
We need to do
sorry.
the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have Giacomo Carter tonight helping us lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yay, Giacomo. Give us a second, Giacomo, to get it ready.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Giacomo. Okay.
Just so everybody knows, Giacomo is here in Sarah Gorman's stead and will be doing the report for Sarah tonight.
Thanks, Giacomo. Okay, approval of agenda with that change of the bond, the facility bond report will be moved to January.
I move to approve the agenda as amended. Second.
Thank you. Now we should do roll call. Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, next we're going to move on to public comments. I believe we have a couple written comments with which Sean, Dr. McFretridge is going to read, and then we'll move on to any live comments that we have, which people can make by using the raise your hand feature. And Rosie will be organizing that and getting that, calling you in for that. But Sean, are we good to start with you reading the?
Yes, I can read the written public comments, and just so everyone knows, the written public comments, there's a word limit. And so I'm going to ask Rosie actually to time me while I read the written comments, because then she'll cut me off, but really it's cutting the person who wrote the comments in. And I will say that there was one commenter, one person from the public who wrote in and provided a bunch of, how do you say it, web links. And it's impossible to read the links. And I expressed that to them, and they said they understood that I would just read their comment and not the links themselves, but I have provided those to the board. So let me.
Do you want to review the guidelines for public comments?
Oh yeah. Hold on, I'm like navigating a couple screens here. The guidelines for public comments. There are two ways to provide public comments, just to remind the public. One is to submit the written comment in advance using the Google form that's always on our agenda. And then to provide a live comment using the Zoom hand raise feature. And to raise your hand, if you're watching on a device, you click or tap the raise hand in the webinar controls. It's usually at the bottom of your screen. Or if listening from a phone, you can dial, what is that, an asterisk or a 9. And participants have 3 minutes to speak on each agenda item. So that again talks about what I was discussing before. When I'm doing a written comment and reading that, Rosie will time me just like any other person, and I'm just a voice, for the person who wrote in. And the administrative assistant, that's Rosie Acosta, will keep the time and advise the speaker when there are 30 seconds left, and again when the time is up. And we ask all speakers to keep comments within the time limits. I do also want to say that Rosie will be managing the comments for other items, for raised hand if people want to come in and speak, and then on an agenda item. And I do also want to remind people that the board isn't in the custom and is precluded actually from responding to public comments in that way. And usually if there are comments that are of concern, that's referred to staff. And then, we would always encourage the public to contact us as staff if they need assistance. So Rosie, did that cover it?
Yes, Sean.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and read comment number 1, if I may. And this is from Reagan Faust, a parent. And I will start. Distinguished members of the board and the wider Cabrillo community, I wanted to first applaud the board for their leadership through this difficult time. It pained me that amidst their diligent and evidence-based efforts to keep everyone healthy, safe, and learning, the board was required to read out comments that contained inaccurate information about the vaccine and designed to inflame tensions through threats and overstatements in the name of transparency. I felt compelled to respond. The vast majority of families, teachers, and staff support vaccination for themselves and their children. They consulted their medical doctor and concluded that benefits of vaccination to them, their family, and to the community at large outweigh the risks. And it is because of that widespread acceptance of vaccination that our schools are able to stay open and serve the Cabrillo community. The academic literature is clear. Vaccines work to reduce the risk of hospitalization and death from the virus. Even in the context of the Delta and Omicron variants, vaccinated people are less likely to get COVID than unvaccinated people. If a breakthrough infection does occur, peak viral loads showed a faster decline in vaccinated compared with unvaccinated people. That means that vaccinated people spend less time being contagious, not only dampening the spread, but also reducing the opportunity for even more deadly mutations to emerge. Finally, vaccines have been shown to be safe, well tolerated, and offer more protection than naturally acquired immunity for both adults and children. It was argued that kids shouldn't have to get vaccinated because even after vaccination, they can still contract the virus. That argument makes no sense. That's like railing against seatbelt laws because seatbelts don't keep you from getting into collisions. Vaccines, like seatbelts, are a critical strategy to reduce the risk of harm in the case of an adverse event. It was also argued that kids shouldn't have to get vaccinated because they aren't in danger from COVID. While yes, kids are less likely to develop severe disease, the research shows that kids can develop acute effects ranging from fever, cough, breathlessness, muscle pain and chills, sore throat, anosmia, ageusia, multi-system inflammatory syndrome, to death, 40 in California so far this year. They can also experience long-term health effects, including chronic fatigue, joint pain, myalgia, headache, breathing problems, concentration issues, and disturbances of sensory function from even asymptomatic infections. It comes down to this: the risk of an adverse outcome from the virus, albeit smaller for kids, is significantly more likely than the risk of an adverse outcome from the vaccine. As such, the benefits significantly outweigh the risks. It is not only to protect the individual, but also those who are more vulnerable in our community, including family members and teachers and society at large, by inhibiting the production of new, potentially more dangerous variants. Number 3, my family members were killed in the Holocaust. The mere suggestion that vaccine and mask mandates could be considered crimes against humanity is ignorant, dangerous, and personally appalling. Look, we all want to do what's best for our children, and I understand being wary about putting them through any medical procedure, but the research shows that vaccines are safe and effective. It's the best tool we have to protect ourselves, our family, and our community. Let's stop fighting each other and fight the virus. Let's kick COVID's butt together and get back to business. Sincerely, Reagan Faust. And there were numerous references that, of course, I can't list here with only 4 seconds remaining of the time. That's comment 1. I will proceed to comment 2, which was received via email to me, and I shared with the commenter that I would read them. So I have to go to my email. But I want to say that this is just a counterpoint to the last one. Okay, good evening to all. And this is from Manu Hipkins. Good evening to all present tonight. After hearing concerned parents speaking out against a possible vaccine mandate for our district and some members of this board and staff members speaking in support of a vaccine, I looked up some data to share. Most data links I collected are CDC based and openly available to the public to read. VIIRS data. VIIRS is an early warning system used to monitor adverse events that happen after vaccination. VIIRS is the frontline system of a comprehensive vaccine safety monitoring program in the United States. It is one of several systems the CDC and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration use to help ensure vaccines used in the United States, including COVID-19 vaccines, are closely monitored for safety. Here's a current screenshot of adverse events reported by health professionals in the U.S. And then it gives a screenshot, which is difficult to read, but it's basically a bunch of data about deaths, hospitalizations, urgent care, doctor office visits, anaphylaxis, and Bell's palsy that are attributed on this website to COVID vaccinations. There's another link provided to CDC, and it says, according to CDC, the death rate for children under 19 from COVID-19 is statistically 0%. Then there is a link from CNN. According to CDC, the COVID vaccines will not prevent infection or transmission of COVID-19. And then there's a link to CDC. According to the CDC, vaccinated people are not less infectious than unvaccinated people. Vaccinated people acquire and transmit COVID-19 just as easily and often as unvaccinated people. A topic of great concern, myocarditis. How is the district prepared to support students that may present with the disease after vaccination? How is the district prepared to pay for damages and potential lawsuits should the district mandate the injection of the Cabrillo Unified School District? I think that must mean of the COVID vaccine. According to historical medical data, 50% of people who get myocarditis will die of a heart attack or require a heart transplant within 5 years, especially children. There are several links. Then there's the matter of informed consent, another link. Informed consent is the process in which a healthcare provider educates a patient about the risks, benefits, and alternatives of a given procedure or intervention. The patient must be competent to make a voluntary decision about whether to undergo the procedure or intervention. Informed consent is both an ethical and legal obligation of medical practitioners in the U.S. and originates from the patient's right to direct what happens to their body. Implicit in providing informed consent is an assessment of the patient's understanding, rendering an actual recommendation and documentation of the process. I am submitting these links, including the objective data this delivers for your consideration and information. It appears to me that a medical decision is best kept between the doctor and each family. Religious, personal, and medical considerations also need to be considered. I heard that it depends on the state, whether the district and board members will enforce a mandate. I've heard of several school districts that chose to make a statement that they will not enforce any mandates. Also remember, mandates are not laws. Choice is important to all. Respectfully submitted to the Cabrillo School District Board for the board meeting on December 14, 2021, Manu Hipkins. And again, it would be difficult to go through all the links and graphs provided in this commenter, also considering my time is up, and so would have been most commenters, since I read at a clip. I read pretty quickly. And those are the two written comments tonight.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, we have, it looks like 2 live comments. Rosie, could you bring those in?
Yes.
One of those in.
First, we're bringing Elvis Cajon.
Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, my name is Avis, by the way, and I think that I'm going to have to speed talk as well, so here I go. I'm a 5th grade teacher at El Granada Elementary, and my students have been learning how to debate each other on assigned topics. They've learned how to make a claim, how to develop reasons and evidence to support those reasons. So here is my claim tonight, that the Cabrillo Unified School District teachers deserve a fair raise. I understand that so far the board has not been interested in raising our salaries to a competitive wage. That's how it appears. Following are my reasons and evidence to support the argument that teachers deserve a fair raise. First of all, number 1, we're working harder than ever. Please listen to my evidence. The effect of the pandemic has been devastating to pockets of students, not just academically, but emotionally. Many students have had little experience with in-person school, especially the younger ones. They've been deprived of the social emotional learning that happens at school. Here's an example for younger students. learning how to sit still, listen, and develop enough stamina to translate that into the ability to learn in a social setting. Imagine that you're a first grader. You've really only had a couple of months of in-person learning in your career so far. If you're an older student, learning how to manage feelings and constructively deal with conflict. Imagine you're a fourth grader. The last time you had a full in-person learning year was back in second grade. Now, this has resulted in huge groups of students with overwhelming needs that we teachers strive to meet. Teachers have always been educators, but we also operate as social workers, nurses, and proxy parents. The pandemic has increased this demand on teachers exponentially. We are expected to counsel and guide our students through this challenge, as well as compensate for their learning gaps caused by remote learning. Many of us feel close to burning out. Yet, because we care so much, we continue to do our very best. Now is the time for you to see very clearly the value that we bring to our schools, because without us, our schools cannot operate. Here's my second reason. We will likely soon lose our wonderful new teachers and veteran teachers that have had enough. Listen to my evidence. The starting salaries in neighboring districts are higher than what we offer. We know we have teacher shortages, and it will only get worse. The reasons are obvious. We are not being paid a competitive wage, and generally, teaching is such a hard job with relatively low pay, considering the level of education that we have. We will lose fantastic new teachers if you do not make salaries competitive. So in conclusion, do you want to lose what is most valuable at CUSD? And it's not the administrators. By the way, ours at El Granada is fantastic. Do you want to lose those precious teachers that make schools vibrant places of learning and fun? Search your heart, go out, talk to teachers, find out how they're feeling, talk to them.
Thank you. Next,
Thank you,
we have
Avis.
Monica Rosso.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thanks for the time. So dear Cabrillo governing board members, you've heard this before. In September, my husband and I visited the board meeting to communicate our concerns regarding compliance with governing board review and approval of the approval process for the contracts and expenses. I sent you all the same letters that I had sent previously to communicate the concerns and the rationale over the weekend. They're the same letters and presentations that I sent in September and October. But the key point that I want to again hit here is that in accordance with California Code 42631, all payments from the funds of a school district shall be made by written order of the governing board of the district. And our request is straightforward. We just ask you that you do the same thing that all the other districts are doing as a best practice. And we were so impressed and so pleased to see that you immediately in September implemented that and provided three months worth of warrants, and then in November provided the October warrants. The reason I'm back today is because the agenda packet does not contain that warrant looking back into the previous month. And I would encourage you to continue that best practice and not revert to the previous practice, which was not what the rest of the area and all the school districts are implementing. I would ask you to please value and prioritize compliance and transparency, and to implement that practice on an ongoing basis. It's really important to me, both as a parent and as a taxpayer, to demand this kind of compliance and transparency from the board. And so, I look forward to seeing that change hopefully in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Claudia Lundstrom.
Hi, I'm here as CUTA president. I don't know if I should go now or if that comes later.
That comes later. We have a special item for that. That will be after public comment. Thank you,
Okay.
Claudia.
I didn't raise my hand, did I?
Yes. Next, we have Angela Bolton.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Yes,
No, we can hear you.
got me. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear me tonight. So this would be I would have a request that when, I'm hoping this doesn't happen, but when Governor Newsom says that there should be a mandate for the COVID vaccine for kids, that our school district would say no to that. We'd like you to rescind the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for public and private K-12 students as a requirement for in-person instruction. So I just have three kind of main points. So according to the CDC, the fatality rate for children from COVID-19 nationwide is 0.00003%. And the state average for California on a 7-day rolling basis is 0%. That's 0% deaths in kids. So accordingly, children are not warranted to be vaccinated for COVID-19. And then also, let's see, according to the CDC and Dr. Fauci in the New York Times November 12 interview, the COVID-19 vaccine will not prevent infection or transmission of the COVID-19 virus, nor will it prevent serious injury, hospitalization, or death any longer. Therefore, the vaccine is no longer the best tool for prevention of transmission. It is now a medical treatment at best, hence it cannot be mandated as treatments are personal medical choice pursuant to the state and federal constitutions. And then also, according to the FDA, the vaccine manufacturers and multiple scientists across the nation and the world, these vaccines pose risks, grave risks for severe myocarditis, blood clotting, and neurological damage, predominantly prevalent in adolescents. So as such, the risks of taking the vaccine strongly and significantly outweigh the benefits, especially as it pertains to pediatrics, the pediatric community. And I don't know if you guys know this, but as seen on VAERS, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, in the last 11 months that we've had this vaccine, there have been more deaths from this vaccine than there have been in all the vaccines since they started keeping count in total, like in all the years, which to my understanding is, I know they started keeping really good count in 1986. And so with the risk of death in children being zero from the actual disease of COVID-19, how can we mandate a vaccine that has a risk of killing children? So my request would be that if this mandate does come from the governor, that we would not comply with it in our school district. And this is happening throughout the state. And so I'm thinking if we get enough states, or I guess counties, to do this, then
Your time
we'll have
is up,
some
Angela.
power. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shannon Murray.
Shannon, you're muted. You're still muted. We can't hear you.
Rosie, maybe you should go to a different speaker until Shannon can fix her technical difficulty.
We don't have more speakers for this item, Sean.
Shannon, can you hear us? You're muted, Shannon. I'm sorry. I think we should move on. I'm sorry, Shannon, that we couldn't hear you tonight because you're muted.
Rosie, can you unmute Shannon?
I can only ask her to unmute, but I don't have the control to unmute her.
Okay. Sorry,
Thank you.
Shannon, that's a bummer. Okay, next we have employee organizations reports. We have CUTA, I think Claudia is here.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. No speech for me tonight, just, oh, sorry, I'm getting all these pop-up things. All right. Good evening, everyone. No speech for me tonight, just a few comments. Teachers feel demoralized and undervalued. I might even say teachers feel abused. Sadly, we are in the position of fighting for respect and competitive compensation again, but our district again wants to maintain the status quo. Board members, district office administration, wouldn't you rather leave a legacy of student success and community goodwill instead of an extravagant reserve sitting in a bank account? Thank you.
Okay, next we have CSEA. I think Stig is here. There he is. Stig, you're muted. You're muted. There you go.
There we go. Good evening, President Cortes, Vice President Alexander, board members, Superintendent McPatrick, and administration, public, and employees. So there have been some busy times here now with all the rain. So our MOT department have worked really hard to make sure that the water gets away from all the buildings and out. And the IT department have been busy with, we had a big outbreak internet last week. There was Comcast who had someone cut the cables. So we were affected around the Bay Area. Yeah, we're going towards the time of the year we all are waiting for now is the holidays, and all can relax, enjoying families, and just get some breath back to start working again after the break. I just want to take up a little about the salary thing. The district and both the unions agreed last year about a 6% raise for everyone, and there was a 3% raise for 1920 and one for 2021. Fortunately, the COVID and all the stuff that happened with that have created an inflation about 6.8% this year. So our raises have pretty much been watered out. And when we go to negotiation, that's something we, CSA, will talk about with the district. We were hoping to catch up a little about the salary, but this inflation have washed away pretty much all that, to no one's fault. But it's something we need to see if we can catch up again. So with that words, I just want to say happy holidays to everyone. I hope you have a wonderful time with your families and your friends. And of course, be safe. COVID is still out there. I can tell you myself from Europe, and they start shutting down the countries there because it starts getting really bad. So let's be on our watch for that and be safe for it. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stig. Next, we're going to move on to board member reports. Kim, Freya, Sophia, anyone like to go first? Sophia?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Sophia.
I'll go. So hi, everybody. It was, feels like Thanksgiving break was a long time ago, but reflecting on it, it was really nice to have that nice long break to gear up for what's always a busy year end this year, perhaps more than ever. For me, that started with volunteering at the Farallon View Holiday Bazaar. I got to run a few carnival games, which was super fun, sell some merch, which was also fun, and catch up with families and staff at this event, which I would say is like really, really heartwarming and really, really special for the community to be able to get together in ways that were safe and fun, and supported local artists. And it was really cool. I also was invited to join Ms. Baker's Algebra 2 class at Half Moon Bay High School for her 3rd annual Baker's Baker Cookie Exchange. And I have to say, watching her in action, helping her kids study for their semester final, which is this week, while relaxing in a really great community building context, was really, really cool, and just a special treat for me. And I also got my first cameo in the famous campus news. So that was kind of like, knock that off my bucket list, if you will. So that was really fun. Also kind of fun was getting on an airplane for the first time since the pandemic started. I was a little bit slow readopting that practice. And I don't know that I'll be doing much of it over the winter months. But I had the opportunity to go to San Diego a couple of weeks ago for the biannual CSBA Delegate Assembly. And it was really an honor to be able to represent San Mateo and San Francisco counties with our delegation from the region, with others from across the state on a lot of different important topics that mostly pertain to how CSBA works together towards goals of advocating for effective policies to advance the education of California's kids. So that was really cool. And my first in-person conference, like since COVID too. So I think that was really well done and meaningful. And so following that in-person delegate assembly, I attended last week virtually the CSBA annual education conference last week. And it was like drinking from a fire hose, as these things always are. So I'm still digesting a lot of the presentations and workshops, but one that stuck out to me was on the topic of how school boards can help create the conditions for student achievement. And I know that's something that we're all really committed to doing. So I need to process and digest and hopefully maybe share more kind of learnings in the future. So that was really great. Last week as well, I led our coast-side our coast-side workforce development roundtable meeting, which meets about every 2 months. I was really thrilled last week to be joined by Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, president of CSM and our partner on our emerging high school college dual enrollment program. Also with us was Joaquin Jimenez of ALAS and Half Moon Bay City Council. We also had representatives from NovaWorks and IBEW 617's Trade Introduction Program from the Half Moon Bay Library, CF, and more. The goal of this group is to share information and work together across all our organizations and roles to support members of our community be able to access high interest, high wage, high demand jobs in the coast side. And I should say, of course, as always, Dr. McFetridge and Matt Linton from our adult school, La Costa, were there too. So such a great team and such a joy to be able to work together across our various organizations. It's really inspiring when you have a common goal and that commitment to what you can do. And it's already starting to have some fruit. So that's been pretty fun. Last week, we also had an update from the County Office of Education Superintendent Nancy McGee at our San Mateo County School Board Association meeting. So she briefed us on the emerging Omicron variant and what are already some pretty strong vaccination rates for 5 to 11-year-olds in our county population at large as well. So this week, I got to do something I look forward to each year, and that's basically being a little holiday elf. I coordinate and distribute holiday gifts to all our sites on behalf of the board and our governance team, including Dr. McFetridge. So I got a whirlwind road tour. I was able to go to the Half Moon Bay High School, Cunha, Hatch, Farallon View, El Granada, Pilarcitos High School, La Costa Adult School, Los Lisos Preschool, and the district office. And I'm hoping if the weather still holds up, I can make it up to Kings Mountain tomorrow to drop off just a little gift of well wishes for the holidays on behalf of the governance team. So anyway, with all this, which feels like a sprint, I have to remind myself, and hopefully we can all remind ourselves, what we're doing here is not a sprint. It really is a marathon. And it's about having a vision of really supporting every child every day, even when that's really hard. It's also about being open to the possibilities of how we get there and kind of exploring that together. I find it really easy to get caught up in what seems like never ending urgent issues. Like I was speaking with a staff member today about how it's like, you kind of have to plan for like 2 to 3 hours of your day to be dealing with these things that come up that you weren't planning for. And that's okay. But we do need to pause and look at those long-term important issues that require more planning and collaboration. Often for us at the board level, that's like 3 to 5 years out, things that we need to put in place to, that will take time to come to fruition. So it is really easy to get burned out, and that's not good for everyone, for anyone. So I think we just need to think about the marathon. And with that, I echo Stig's comments about just encouraging everyone to take advantage of the break. Do what you uniquely need to do to recharge over these 2 weeks. Get outside, get together safely with friends and family, listen to music, stare at a blank wall if you need sensory deprivation, which I think we sometimes all do. Just take care of yourselves. So when we come back in January, we can get back together and take care of our kids, because we know they need it too. So that's all for me.
Thanks, Sophia. Kim?
Thank you, Mary Beth. Similar to Sophia, I had the pleasure of running a holiday bazaar for 3 days on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, in conjunction with Night of Lights. And it was so fun watching people come in after the parade for hot cider and just be so excited about having been out in our wonderful community and seeing faces again, masked up, but cold and chilly and just in community with one another. So that was really a gift this month. I had the pleasure of attending the VEPA meeting, Visual and Performing Arts, and I really appreciate all that Dr. Bhatia is doing, trying to pull together around the edges what the requirements are. I really appreciate all the inputs from what people see as needed in terms of equity. And I just want to reiterate a point that that John Nazar made. And that is, we definitely need a feeder system if we're going to have a comprehensive high school with a music program. So I encourage John Nazar and James Barnes to continue working with the district office, and maybe we can kind of nudge that, pull that in around the edges, so we have some consistency in programming. And finally, similar to what Stig and Sophia have said, enjoy yourself around the holidays. I did have an opportunity to travel to care for family that had health issues back in October. And it's a challenge right now, and it's worrisome with the virus still out in our world. And so I'm staying home, and I'll have a staycation, but a couple of weeks off. And so if any teachers feeling stressed, want to have a cup of tea, or just want to visit or take a walk, please feel free to reach out to me, call me, shoot me an email. I'll watch the emails, and happy to visit with anyone over the holidays. Our teachers really do work hard. And so I appreciate all of the public comments, and please know that I believe all of us value what you're doing in the classroom. You are the front lines, and we can't run this district without you. So please know we do appreciate what you're doing, and we so look forward to negotiations coming through in a positive way between the district office and the union negotiators. So take care, have a lovely holiday, and thanks for calling in and listening to our meeting.
Thank you, Kim. Freya, you're up.
Okay, some of the nice things about going towards the end is that you can just say, yeah, me too, me too. So thank you all for already saying so much, and I want to reiterate what you both said about it's kind of been a hard re-entry, and I think our whole society is re-entering with COVID. And then there's, of course, bumps up ahead as variants and other things occur. So it's been challenging, but I just want to say how thankful and reiterate what Kim just said about the teachers and the staff and everybody's working so hard. And even the students who are showing up and trying to keep doing what they need to do to make this work. And so I know that that's hard. I just want to say, truly appreciate everyone for that. And also reiterate that I hope everybody gets a nice rest over the break and gets to spend time in whatever way makes them joyful. And I really appreciated going to the career technical, the ag meeting, advisory meeting. It's just always so fun to hear about our programs and see how our community's involved in so many different ways in educating our youngsters. In such unique ways too. We're the only school in our county with an FAA, and it's really exciting that we have so many different opportunities for our students. And I want to thank Sophia for pulling together the board and superintendent gifts to all the sites. I really appreciate that you have taken that on and continuing to spread that and spread our appreciation to all of them. So yeah, that's all. So happy New Year to everybody. Hope that you have a restful and joyous time. We'll see you in the new year. Well, the rest of the meeting too.
Well, I'm last, so I agree with all that. I think that's all great. And yes, thank you. Thank you to our staff and students. We do appreciate you. And we are trying hard. So I hope we can get everything to work out here. We're trying hard to get everything going here. And we know you're working hard, and those kids are too. So have a good time off this break. The only thing I really want to add is I just wanted to add on to what Sophia said about the county call with our county superintendent, Nancy McGee. In addition to what Sophia talked about, she also did talk about, what they're trying to do. They've been so wrapped up with COVID for so long now, but they are, starting to emerge now and work on some other things. One of the big things they're doing is working on threat assessments. So they're doing a lot of work with our schools around threat assessments, gun violence, things like that. They're also doing a lot of work around mental health support. So our county has been great to work with, and they are doing a lot around those things. So we're looking forward to partnering with them to work on those initiatives going forward. The one other thing they talked about at that meeting that I just thought was interesting and I wanted to pass along was a lot of the districts, we've talked a lot about the districts that flip between basic aid and being, community funded versus state funded. And we're one of those districts, and we have been in the past. Hopefully we will never be again, but we're kind of on the verge there. And San Mateo County has most of the schools in the state that are in that position. And Nancy McGee was talking about that. That's another big thing that their office is doing, is trying to mitigate the fallout that happens when you switch from being a locally funded versus state funded school. And they're trying to really mitigate that, because I know we've talked about this time and time again, but if we would happen to flip back into being state funded, it could have big repercussions on our budget. So she talked some about that. But what I thought was interesting, and I had never heard before, was she was talking about how when we flip, we affect our cities. And I hadn't heard that part before, and I thought that was super interesting. So I don't know if we flip back, or we flip, like, if that is going to affect our city. And I guess it really affects how they get funded and the timing, and I don't know how that works. So I would be curious if anyone knows anything about it. I would just be curious. I didn't really realize that our budget changing would have a big effect on our city. So I thought that was an interesting fact that came out of it. So for what it's worth, I hope we don't flip. And, I know we'll hear more from Jesus today on that. And I think he's feeling pretty confident that we won't, but it's always a risk, and it's something that in the back of our minds, because we're trying to keep us all out of, big financial trouble. So that's all I have to add. Let's move on then to our student board member. Giacomo is here tonight to give our student board member report. Take it away, Giacomo.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best. I don't have as much experience as Sarah, but we'll see what happens. So El Granada Elementary, They say a big thank you to the El Granada community for donating over 200 books from Inkspell to our classrooms and library this holiday season. We wish everyone a joyful holiday season and a happy new year. Fairlawn View Elementary reported that the past few weeks at Fairlawn View have been quite fun and festive. Thanks to our fabulous PTO, we were able to host the annual Holiday Bazaar this month. It was heartwarming to see students, parents, and members of our community gathered safely together to do some holiday shopping, play festive games, sing holiday songs, and eat delicious treats outdoors. Looking forward to a wonderful winter break. Happy holidays. Hatch Elementary. This has been a very exciting month for the Hatch community as our new assistant principal, Daniel Robles, was able to join our administrative team. He's a wonderful leader who has worked in the Cabrillo community for years, and Hatch staff, students, and families have been very warm in welcoming him to our new team. This month, we also hosted the Scholastic Book Fair. Students excitedly purchased books in English and Spanish to read, and classrooms were able to receive donations of new books for all students to enjoy. Since Thanksgiving break, we have been reinvigorating our PBIS school framework, having booster lessons integrated into our morning announcements to help reteach and practice school expectations with students, especially involving lunchtime and playtime behavior. Earlier this month, many classrooms explored lessons learning about Hanukkah traditions, and some classes this week are learning about Christmas and other winter celebrations from around the world. We hope everyone in our Hatch community has a wonderful winter break. Please be safe, and we encourage families to sign students up for weekly on-site COVID testing if they plan to travel or meet in large groups during this break. The Hatch office can help sign your students up if you are interested. Kings Mountain Elementary reported that students and staff enjoyed the annual Stone Soup celebration, again under the culinary leadership of Chef Sean. This soup is so good, seconds were had by many. Students handled the chopping of vegetables that the KMES community donated along with sides and pies. Staff performed the Stone Soup story with some enthusiastic audience participation, and K through 3 classes created readers' theater presentations, while 4th and 5th finished stop-motion movies. Native American study included the history of Thanksgiving, learning about different traditions, traditional homes, and their contributions to society. Kings Mountain students created Thanksgiving and winter holiday cards for Meals on Wheels, shut-in seniors. We started after-school tutoring in 4th and 5th grade classes with I don't want to mispronounce the name, but Mail Springer and Brian Feltz for at-promise students. TK, K, and first grade created ornaments for the Half Moon Bay tree at MacDutra Park, and all students are looking forward to a Jingle Mingle to Go surprise and Cozy Pajama Spirit Day on Friday, 12/17. For Cunha students are very happy that we have reopened the field at lunch. However, the field is open contingent on their keeping the lunch area clean and free from trash. The leadership class has done a great job of reminding everyone in their daily announcements. This week, our students are competing in the lip sync battle, and we are all looking forward to the performance. Over the next couple of days, Mr. Barnes and Mr. Bartel will be visiting all the students to go over the 10 rules and over our 10 rules and clarified consequences, as well as our updated PBIS area expectations and our school parent compact. When we return from break, teachers will reinforce the PBIS expectations in classes so students know clearly how they are expected to conduct themselves. Half Moon Bay High School reported that they are now in the middle of semester finals. I can attest to that. Teachers have been preparing the students for these important exams, and we have witnessed many students really taking time to study and prepare. All of the winter sports teams are off to a great start, and our student athletes are enjoying the competitions. Boys and girls basketball, soccer, and wrestling and dance team have already had a lot of success and are looking forward to league play when school resumes in January. The cast and crew of the spring musical, The Little Shop of Horrors, have begun rehearsals, and we are looking forward to seeing it when they are ready. This should be a good show. We wish all the very best and the most peace this holiday season. Pilarcitos High School reported that their students led an RJ restorative circle with all Pilarcitos staff members and in the Cunha Cubs Connect class as well. This has been a huge vision for our school. Our Pilarcitos staff are so proud of the SEL work they have done this semester and can't wait to see how this will grow. La Costa Adult School reported that they have concluded the fall semester and are in the final stages of planning for spring semester classes. The spring programming will include several pilot programs, facility management via CSM, and dental assisting via Sonrisas Dental, both to be held at the Half Moon Bay Library. We will maintain our distance learning program while expanding our in-person offerings since we have been able to recruit a new teaching staff. As well, we will continue to support the pilot citizenship classes with Coastside Hope that are taking place in the Portable 1 on the Cunha campus. Finally, we have a wait list of about 25 students for the spring semester, and we will be conducting registrations and orientations during the first week of January. ESL and HSE classes begin January 10th, and CTE classes begin January 24th. Lastly, we are in the middle of the FPM and on track to be done with our record submissions by mid-January in order to be ready for the formal review in March. We are actively recruiting for staff and students, so contact us if you're interested. Los Litos Preschool reported that November and December have been very busy. We completed all the developmental observations for students and teachers and held their conferences with all 28 families as of last week. We had our monthly parent workshop via Zoom covering the first part of inclusion, and the attendance was really high. TK and kindergarten registration opens in January, and our families are getting ready to register their children, and we will be helping them with the process. That is the full student board report. So thank you. I'll pass it over.
Thanks, Giacomo. That was great. Okay, moving on to the superintendent report.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Giacomo for filling in for Sarah Gorman today, and well done, sir. And I want to thank everyone for their comments. I just want to, without speaking to specifics about comments, I do want to address those. This is typical of my way because it's sort of, we're talking about what needs to be talked about. You heard me read two public comments, the written comments that were sort of a point and counterpoint about vaccine mandate and the arguments used. And I so appreciated Davis Calhoun talking about how she's teaching students how to debate, how to create a truth claim, and then back that up with evidence. And it is the truth of the matter also, though, that in these kind of meetings, in public comments, it's not really a debate. There's a person who gives their side of the story, and there's then another person who gives their side of the story. But at some point, I look forward to, when the time comes, letting people know more clearly about some things when they come up as issues. But I think it is important for us to understand that last meeting and this meeting, you're kind of hearing now this debate between vaccine mandate, not vaccine mandate. Let me get in between that and say, we don't have a vaccine mandate. The board wrote a letter along with most, if not all other districts in the county, supporting and encouraging the governor to do his job with the legislature to decide if there should be a vaccine mandate, knowing that there are health risks. We understand these are personal decisions. I said at the last meeting, we're unapologetic about the fact that we do the public service of letting the public know that there are vaccine events. For example, Coastside Hope and Boys and Girls Club are hosting a vaccine event tomorrow for ages 5 to 11. We put that information out because we think it's public information. I'll put a letter out this week saying, hey, it's a personal choice of a family, but we encourage you to choose vaccines. But we also do agree, I do agree with Manu Hipkins when she says that there's a medical consent issue. Of course, this is something that families should discuss with their medical doctors. We're not medical doctors. That's why the board and I advocated that the state should be doing its job, that they should consider, and we encourage them to do a vaccine mandate. As I looked on the news feed that on my smartphone, to this evening, I saw that number one, 800,000 people in the United States have died of COVID. It's been a very challenging year for us, more than a year and a half. I don't know if those numbers are right or not, but that's just what came up on National Public Radio on the headline. And 2 or 3 stories down, I see that Los Angeles Unified is now going to take their vaccine mandate that they were trying to get for January 2022, and they're going to push it to the fall of 2022, which, guess what, is what the California Department of Public Health and the governor is saying it will be, that we will have a vaccine mandate in the fall of 2022. But now you see Governor Newsom couching those remarks and saying, oh, LA should take this easy. We need an iterative approach. And of course, there will be personal exemptions. What I want to say to everybody is we understand your frustration. This back and forth, this ping pong game, this roller coaster, people hate me for using metaphors, but sometimes they're very useful to describe how we're feeling. This is something we're all in right now. We are all fatigued by the fact that we have to wear masks, that we have to take care of one another, that we have to distance, that we have to sanitize. Life is not the same, and there are simple precautions we can take. We will continue to encourage people to explore and look for vaccination for themselves and for their kids, but we understand it's a personal decision. That said, I also want to say that over the weekend and then yesterday, I received texts, emails, and voice calls and actual calls from parents who were extremely frustrated that there were pooled testing and positive in the pooled testing, but they know that some families are not participating in that pooled testing. So how good is it? Because some families won't participate in it. And what I could tell those families is, I can't mandate that they opt in for pooled testing. So the district's in a kind of a weird spot. We have people who are against vaccines and people who are for vaccines, and the district can't really tell you anything. We can't mandate either way. And we have pooled testing that we've provided to keep everybody's health, which is basically a nasal swab and non-intrusive, isn't a shot. And yet we have people who will not opt in for that. And I understand people's frustrations on both sides. On that point, we offer pooled testing in this district to try to make sure that we get a handle on this. We know when there are COVID-19 cases, and we can keep the collective safe, that we can keep the public safe as a public agency. And, if any of you are Star Trek fans, I guess you'll remember that quote when Kirk and Spock are talking, and I think Spock says to Kirk, the rights of the many outweigh the rights of the few. In this regard, everybody has their own rights. Families have their rights, and I'll hold that up. But I just want to make sure everybody understands we are trying to do the best we can to keep everybody healthy. And part of that is to encourage the state and the legislature and the governor to do their job and to decide what a mandate will look like. With regard to negotiations, again, this is something where I kind of feel like we can't really have the debate because that's not what the point of this public comments is. But what I will tell you is we have made offers, and the union, the teachers union, has made counter proposals, and we haven't struck a deal yet. If we had agreement, we'd be telling you now about an agreement. I would have been sending a community letter saying, hey, we have an agreement. We are still not at an agreement, but we are getting closer with every negotiation session, I think. So I hope people will wait for the process, understand that the district has representatives that negotiate, and the teachers union has representatives that negotiate. And we have decided, I think, that we are trying not to share that. But when I hear that we're not offering competitive compensation, I just also want to say that that is still ongoing as part of negotiations. And there is always going to be an aspect of this, as Mary Beth Alexander said earlier, that if we're a basic aid district that just came out of local control funding formula, there's only so much money we can give. And it's not like we are certain districts over the hill, as people call it, where they have money to give more than we do. We're coming out of a fiscal crisis from 2.5 years ago. Only last November, as Stig Lynn mentioned, were we able to give 3% for 1920 retroactively, 3% for 2021 retroactively, and we are currently trying to fashion another deal so that we can give more money going forward. And hopefully that will be for the whole thing, for the whole employees. But I do want to say too, what's in this for families? There has to be something in for families. There has to be something in for students. There has to be something for employees, and there has to be something for the collective, for the organization writ large. The chief business officer and I believe the board, will never authorize a raise that we can't afford because the county would never let us do it. And so we have a finite amount of resources, and we know some of that will have to go to employees. But we also know from those finite resources, some of that has to go to programs and services in the name of equity, in the name of academic improvement. And we also know that in the name of sustainability and financial sustainability, we have to park some of that in a reserve. So it's a difficult place. I wish that we had more money because I think teachers should be paid twice as much as they're paid. And I think custodians should be paid 3 times as much as they're paid. That's the truth. I mean, that's the bitter, sad truth about this, is that your governance team, your board, and I, every time we meet to discuss this, talk about how we really want everyone to get paid more. And the sad truth of it is that with the resources we have, because of the way that California school funding is set up, we only have what we have. So I want to leave that at negotiations. If the debate gets strong enough that people ask questions about this, I imagine that I would have to come out with a community newsletter and sort of indicate, here's a negotiations update. But I'm really trying to keep that at the negotiations table with our partners in the name of the good of the order. So I hope people will understand that. I've had the opportunities to pretend to impersonate a campus supervisor on Cunha Intermediate School a few times in the past 2-3 weeks, which has been delightful for me to get my old assistant principal chops going and say, hey, knock it off. But for the most part, it has been charming to be on Cunha campus. And I really so appreciate what the faculty and the staff and the students are doing there. And I know Mr. Contreras had to substitute for a music class there the other day, last Friday, like I had one Friday a few months ago. I've had the opportunity to go to different sites, and it's always fun to see how the holidays sort of change the flavor of what's happening on these campuses. And so with that, I just want to say, as much as we may fight at the dinner table as a family sometimes, I do consider this a family. We do want to take care of people. We want to take care of our kids. We want to take care of our families. We want to take care of our employees. We want to take care of the organization, all of us, this community. And the decisions we make and the decisions that we recommend to the board are basically about taking care of people. It may be framed that it's not that way or that we're not doing enough. And I'm saying that wait for it. It takes time. And we hope that we can continue to try to work to take care of people. I want to wish everyone a healthy, safe, peaceful, and restorative break. I heard very clearly, the word burnout. This has been a very challenging time. I want to acknowledge that. Jenny Scarpacci, teacher at Fairlawn View, emailed me, thank you, Jenny, some time ago, a couple of weeks ago, last week maybe, and shared an article with me. We need to acknowledge that this has been a challenging time. My letter this week will do that. This has been a challenging time for teachers, certainly. It's been a challenging time for custodians, food service workers, maintenance, transportation, district office folks, administrators, families, students, the community, the nation, the world. This is a challenging time. Be safe out there. Be healthy out there. I wish you a peaceful and restorative break. Tonight's board meeting, there was an item that cannot be had, which is a bond overview. Mike Olifano, the chair of that committee, texted me at the beginning of the meeting, and they need some time, he and staff, to change presentation. And so that will come in January. This is the meeting where we reorganize the board positions. And it's 7:07. We're going to have a brief, maybe 5 or 10 minute, hopefully, presentation from El Granada. And then we're going to have a presentation from Tom Williams, our demographer, about trustee areas, because with the new census data, we need to look at that. So I'll leave it there, and hopefully we can bring Claire Beltrami to talk about El Granada tonight.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge. Before we move on to Claire, we have a big consent agenda we need to approve or discuss or not approve. We've got 13 items on that, so thank you for that, staff. That's a lot of stuff going on. Before we move to discussion, could I get a motion to approve in a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments on the consent agenda? If not, we will take roll call for a vote. Rosie?
Seth?
Aye.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Thank you.
5-0, yeah? Did you say
5-0. 5. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to Claire Beltrami. Rosie, could you bring Claire in for her presentation? Claire is the principal of El Granada Elementary School, and she will be talking about their school site today.
I want to thank Claire for joining us. As everyone knows, we try to start these board meetings this year with school presentations, and Claire is the principal of El Granada Elementary School, has been doing a fantastic job. And Claire, thank you for giving us a brief presentation tonight on some highlights of your school.
Yes, so thank you. Thank you, President Cortines, Vice President Alexander, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McFetridge, Cabinet and district staff, and the Cabrillo community. I'm happy to be here tonight to highlight some of the wonderful things that are happening at El Granada. Next slide, please. Our teachers do work effortlessly to plan lessons that really focus on the developmental level of our students, both academic and social and emotional. Since our returning to the full-time regular days, we've really been paying close attention to the emotional well-being of our students and our staff. As mentioned earlier, it has been a really challenging time with bringing all of the students back into a type of typical school day. And we are trying to build up those resilience characteristics and skills that are needed to really highly function in an academic sense in a school community. And so this is one of the things that all of our staff and has been focusing on for the past number of months. Next slide, please. Our academic highlights is our really wonderful teachers college units of study. It really is designed to have the teachers work to create an environment where students are taught to be very strong readers and writers, and it really focuses on their developmental skills. Each lesson starts with a mini lesson that goes over a certain topic, and then the rest of the time is spent either with individual work or with small group or teacher one-on-one conferencing, so that all of their needs are met as soon as they can possibly on a daily basis. We have a robust hands-on science with mystery science this year. Teachers are using the videos and hands-on activities to really foster children's appreciation of the scientific discovery and all the things around us. And then our implementation of Bridges Math. The students are working on to really discover complex numbers and working to become independent thinkers and problem solvers through the programs that we're using. Next slide, please. Our PBIS is our dolphin nation. We swim with dolphins, which means we are safe, we work hard, we are inclusive, and we make good choices. And this is our PBIS incentive program, basically. Children are receiving lessons with their teachers daily about how to implement all of these different ways of being successful at school. We monitor the children by giving out swim tickets. We have incentive programs where they win prizes. We have winners every week that come to my office and get to choose prizes with me. And so we really are a strong dolphin nation and trying to implement our positive supports. Next slide, please. Teachers use both formal and informal assessments to plan their instructions according to their needs. Like I mentioned before, our reading and writing curriculum basically is something that you need to constantly be monitoring the students' progress so that you can create lessons that are for where students are at and build on their progress on a daily measuring. Next slide, please. Our attendance at El Granada is very diverse. We have 302 students, 181 are Hispanic, 105 are white, 13 or 2 or more races. We have 2 Asian. And then our breakdown in demographics, we have 41 social economic disadvantage, 30% EL learners, and 18% are students with disabilities. Next slide. Our environmental education this year, we've been just honored to have the Junior Land Stewardship Program here for 4th grade. They bring the students out on field trips and they work on looking at the area around our school site to reintroduce natural plants to our native habitat. And so children are learning all about how they could care for this beautiful coastside and how they are going to be taking care of it in the years to come so that it continues to grow and flourish the way that they intend it to be. Next slide, please. Also, we have our HEALED project for our 2nd and 3rd graders, and our students are learning all about growing food and nurturing the plants around us and taking care of the environment. Next month, we're going to be starting a compost program with the HEALED project that's going to be for all of our students to learn about how important it is to recycle and reuse all of the natural resources at our hands. Next slide, please. While our teachers are working hard to create a variety of learning opportunities, they really appreciate the visual and performing arts program that was provided from ALAS here for our 1st and kindergarteners. So the students have been immersed in a lot of different types of lessons about with art and music, and they are learning all about the cultural relevance and the experiences that the community has to offer them. Next slide, please. Some of our enrichment programs this year is Art in Action, which is provided by our PTO. We have project-based learning, which is our teachers' way of making sure there's hands-on opportunities for children to explore and discover and problem solve through using materials at their, in their classrooms and the environment. And also I want to shout out for our wonderful Dolphin Club, our after-school program just offers a great opportunity for our 4th and 5th graders to have that continuation of education in the afternoons while still getting some tutoring and other supports to further their academic growth. Next slide, please. So our 3 GLOWs, something that we're very proud about, is our implementation of our SWIM, our positive behavior intervention support, and our incentive program, and how children are learning how to be together in a classroom with all of their peers once again, and how to really work alongside peers and really appreciate being in a group setting again. Another one is just the awesome staff that we have at El Granada. Their professional practices just reflect our overarching of what is good for kids is what our goes through our courses all day long. We're always trying to make everything as best for our students as it possibly can be. And then our collaboration with our parent organization. They are an amazing group of people who work just so hard to bring all of the special things to our school to make it just a wonderful place for learning. And even on occasion, we've had our PTO come dressed as Cupcake to many of our events to really, get the kids into the whole rebuilding our sense of community once again. Our one grow for this year is our ELL academic performance on CASP. We're really looking at our English language learners to improve on their English language arts test and their math test this coming spring. So our focus is also helping them to do better on those new state tests that are now going to be reinstated. And so next slide, please. That's the end of my presentation for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's great to hear what's going on in our schools. It kind of keeps us in the know. So anyone have any comments or questions?
I just wanted to say quick thanks, Ms. Beltrami, great presentation, and echo what Mary Beth said about just the insights. And also what two things stuck out to me that really I'm grateful for. One is with your Dolphin Nation approach being really positive, incentive based, not so much about taking things away as being an incentive, because that's kind of like negative, but really having a more additive approach to incentivizing good behaviors and just a good school climate for everybody, I think was fantastic. Also, it's just fantastic to see, like when you see it all together, the partnerships that you have with Coastside Land Trust, with the HEAL Project, with your PTO to support Art in Action, with ALAS to support visual performing arts for your youngest kids. Like it really goes to show how it does take a village to help kids learn and grow. And I'm really grateful for all the push and supports that that we've been able to put into place for your school community. Feel like it's, it's not just kind of like, kind of the same old, but there's really a vibrancy about it and a connection to other parts of our community. So it's real, and I think that makes it real for everybody. So I'm really grateful for those supports that we have.
Thank you.
That's all.
Yes, we do really appreciate all of the community support. Thank you.
Before we continue with board discussion, can we allow public comments?
Yep.
Okay, we have Brianna LaFontaine.
Yeah, and if anyone else, while Rosie brings her in, has comments about this agenda item, raise your hand, and then Rosie will get everyone in who wants to comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Beltrami. She joined us, a month before school started during our closure or our schooling from home. So she has not seen a quote unquote normal year at El Granada, but she has taken it with such stride and ease. And I could not be happier, especially as a PTO board member, to work with someone who is so open and engaging and listening to us as parents and promoting good feedback and input. So I just want to, as from the parent side, give a big shout out to Ms. Beltrami and everything that she has been doing at El Granada.
Thank you. So kind.
Thanks for the comment, Brianna.
Welcome.
Thank you, Brianna. You stole my thunder. That's exactly what I wanted to comment on. So thank you. I do want to acknowledge that coming in and leading a school campus during a pandemic is a challenge beyond challenges. So, and I realize we have a staff and a well-oiled community at El Granada School. And I have the privilege of getting to peek in occasionally. I was going to ask, is Arts and Sciences Day going to happen this year?
Yes, it's been started. They just started working on it. We had a meeting last night, and it's scheduled for March.
Fabulous.
March 14th, the week of March 14th.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? It doesn't look like we have any more hands raised. Any more board comments? Otherwise, we will say thank you.
I want to thank Claire, my colleague. Claire bless you. Thank you for all you do. You're such a pro, and we are so lucky to have you in the district.
Thank you. I feel lucky to be here.
Yay. All right. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you all. And everyone have a very safe holiday.
You too. Okay, moving on. Next item we have is the current and potential alternative trustee areas presentation.
We'll be inviting Tom Williams, our demographer, in to present on this. And just to give you a quick snapshot, once the census data came in, the trustee areas were no longer within the requirements that we have by law. And so Tom's going to lay out sort of his findings and potential ways forward. And he will come back in January and in February. And Tom, I won't steal your thunder.
Take it away, Tom. You're muted.
You're muted though, Tom.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start by saying all the slides in the PowerPoint presentation are correct. However, the wrong map got put into page 4 of the printed report. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory what the correct map was there, but I want to admit that the wrong map is on page 4 of the printed report, and I will send a revised copy to the district in the morning that has the right map on that page. And on that note, we'll proceed. Next slide, please, Rosie. I'm not going to read all of this. This is here mainly for those who don't hear my presentation, but I just will point out that the first paragraph mentions your current trustee areas or have a larger population difference than is allowed to continue using them. Based on that, as I say in the second paragraph, 4 potential alternatives have been identified. The criteria for setting the boundaries to these alternative areas included 1, locations of the current areas, and 2, trying to follow major streets or other neighborhood or rural jurisdictional separators when making changes to the current areas. I won't read the whole rest of this stuff here. I'll just talk about them as we go on, but I will point out that alternative 1 is strictly if you want to do the most minimal changes necessary to the current trustee areas. If you want to do more than that, if you want to try and have less neighborhood splitting, more balanced areas or whatever, I think you should only consider alternatives 2 through 4. But if you want to do minimal changes to the current areas, then that's alternative 1. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, here are your current trustee areas. You'll see in future maps, I won't show the whole area to the south. It's going to stay in trustee area E under all the alternatives. So I won't bother to show this map again. The big changes are occurring between the lavender trustee area B, the green trustee area C, the rose trustee area D, and then the beige trustee area E in the vicinity of Half Moon Bay. Between A and B, which is the orange and the lavender areas, there are only minor differences between alternatives 2 through 4. You can really do any of those minor differences with the major, much larger changes being discussed in the vicinity of Half Moon Bay. Next slide, please, Rosie. Here's the northwest part of your district, the current areas. You'll see that trustee area B in lavender takes in a portion of most of El Granada east of Highway 1, but it has funny little cutouts going to trustee area C instead. It also has a road discontiguous section of the Highway 92 vicinity. Next slide, please, Rosie. And this is the central part of the current trustee areas. You'll see again the lavender trustee area B hopscotches from most of El Granada down to taking both sides of Highway 92. And you'll see that trustee area E takes a good chunk of the southwest part of the city of Half Moon Bay, which gives it too many people. It has 16% more kids than the smallest population area. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, here you'll see that the current trustee area is the top row. The trustee area E currently has 57, well, I should say as of April 2020, and the block statistics of the census has 5,700 people, and trustee area B has only 4,900 and change, so it's a difference of 16.3%. You cannot be by bigger than 10%, so that doesn't work. So again, alternative area 1, which you'll see in a minute, is the minimal change necessary to get the trustee areas within 10% difference. Alternatives 2 through 4 are more significant changes to do better balancing. However, I don't get any of them closer than 7% because to get close than 7% requires, again, splitting up neighborhoods in a way that I don't think you want to do as you currently do in your current trustee areas. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, the sole change proposed from the current trustee areas to alternative trustee area 1 is to take the portion of west of Skyline Boulevard down to just west of the Kings Mountain School and put it in trustee area B. That gets your numbers within 10% of each other. It makes trustee area B even more of a hopscotch. It goes all the way from El Granada to Highway 92 and then to Kings Mountain and splits the Kings Mountain community. It leaves the rest of the trustee areas as is, and it gets you within the 10% limit. If you want to do the most minimal change possible, this would be your scenario. However, it, to me, not only continues some strange community breaks, but adds to them as well. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, now between alternative trustee areas 2, 3, and 4, I'm going to have essentially the same area for trustee area B, the lavender area. The only subtle differences to trustee area B will be between trustee area A and B, and there's such minor changes you can really pair any of these 3 differences between 2, 3, and 4, between A and B, with any other of the 2, 3, and 4 for the other areas. Does that make sense to everybody? They're just really subtle nuances of what to do in the vicinity of Princeton and what to do with Denniston Creek Road, where there's a farm labor camp. There's small numbers of differences. But in this scenario, actually in basically all 3 of trustee area 2, 3, alternatives 2, 3, and 4, it's consolidating all of El Granada east of Highway 1 in one trustee area. It brings in a little bit more of what was in trustee area C into trustee area A to go give trustee area A enough more people. In this trustee area, alternative 2, you'll see that the C is basically all of Half Moon Bay north of Highway 92. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, and again, you'll see the boundary becomes between the green trustee area and the beige trustee area, Highway 92, and a little bit of shifting of the boundary between in Half Moon Bay down to Poplar, I believe that street is. I will make a quick comment on what's going on at the very west end of Kelly Avenue. That need to be put into trustee area C to make the numbers jive. However, it's an anomaly in the block statistics. They surveyed the people staying in the campground on April 1, 2020, and counted them as part of your population, even though they were all gone within 30 days. So it's kind of silly, but nonetheless, to fit the requirements, I had to include the campground with trustee area C, but that's an anomaly. It's saying everything south of 92 and the creek is in the Rose trustee area. I hope that makes sense. Does anybody have any comments on this trustee area before I continue? No. Okay. Next slide, please, Rosie. Alternative 3, again, basically has the same thing between areas A and B. It just puts Denniston Creek, basically the farm that's east of the Highway 1 at the airport, back in trustee area B, which is where it is today. Other than that, it's basically the same as an alternative 2. You'll see that trustee area C, the green trustee area, more closely resembles its current area with portions on both sides of Highway 1 in the northern part of Half Moon Bay. And you'll see that, go to the next slide, please, Rosie. You'll see that trustee area D now takes in both sides of Highway 92 and essentially all of Half Moon Bay that is east of Highway 1, along with a small section west of Highway 1 between Kelly and Poplar. Area E, trustee area E, comes up to Poplar. Other than that, it doesn't include any of the core part of Half Moon Bay any longer. Next slide, please, Rosie. Trustee area 4, again, I won't restate what I said about between the beige, between the orange and lavender areas. They're basically the same population every time. You'll see in this alternative, I have trustee area C, the green trustee area, basically staying west of Highway 1, and trustee area D, the Rose trustee area, staying east of Highway 1. Next slide, please, Rosie. And there you can again see that basically all of Half Moon Bay east of Highway 1 is in trustee area D, the Rose trustee area, and most of Half Moon Bay west of Highway 1 plus Princeton is in the green trustee area, with a little bit of nuance as to what happens between the green and the beige trustee areas to make the numbers balance enough. Next slide, please, Rosie. Questions? I know that was a hell of a lot to absorb. You basically have the same thing going on between A and B in trustee in alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Your bigger issues are what goes on between the other trustee areas and how much you prefer to have Half Moon Bay consolidated. We can't put all of Half Moon Bay in one trustee area. There's too many people. It has to be split between at least 3 trustee areas, but there's various ways to do that splitting.
Just quickly, I know the board will have plenty of questions, but I want to remind everybody, Tom will come back in January, and then in February, we will have a public hearing, and then the board will vote in February so that we can make our March deadline, which is what by law we have to do. So this is a first bite at the apple. There'll be 2 more, January and February.
Let me add one thing to that. It'd be good to get a sense from the board members now whether they want to go essentially with alternative 1, being as close to the current trustee areas as they are, or alternatives 2 through 4, doing more significant changes. And that'll let me know how you want to focus going forward.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Freya. I see you have a comment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, one more question. So Mary Beth and I were kind of on a little subcommittee when we first set these up before. And if I recall correctly, we had more information for the trustee areas when we were making the assessment than just the numbers and the percent differences. So I was wondering, and my understanding was that that was important for what the trustee areas look like. So some of that had to do with our the diversity of the different areas and trying to make sure that they were about equal diversity as well. So I was wondering if there was in the next meeting or the one after, if we were going to get any more information on some of these different options in terms of those other factors. And then of course, the main other factor is where our current board members sit, which is also something that we can take into account. So that kind of rules out 2 of them at this point, but that's kind of a separate conversation. So
I think, just so you know, we reviewed the presentations that were made to the board, which was available to us in our board archives previously, and there were only maps provided. There was not even this data in those board items. So
no, we have the demographics of the different areas.
Again, I've reviewed the board presentations.
Well, I was just going to ask the other board members. Do you guys remember that? There were demographics of the areas? Because I remember there being percents of the populations. And that was a consideration that the group that was presenting to us said we needed to take into account. So that's just why I brought it up.
I do remember that.
What?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
When you were working on that, Fran.
So
I don't remember it, so I don't know if it was maybe with the subgroup or us. But I also want to just throw out there kind of, it was a while ago that we did this process initially to some extent. And I know there's been a lot more work around this topic as far as best practices. So I'd be curious. I know, I guess to hear from Tom in particular, or Sean as kind of our resident experts on the topic of setting up these trustee areas and what makes sense, because my understanding is one of the concerns is to not split up, is to basically use, and just it's mostly for monitoring what the county's doing right now and what the city had done before in terms of their processes. And I know one theme that comes up is keeping together communities of interest. So not necessarily balancing things in terms of having them be the same demographically, because by doing so, you actually create the problem of you always end up with a smaller population of minority populations. And that actually is really bad. And it's kind of the definition of gerrymandering. So I would be curious to have some more insights from either of you. Maybe it's in our January meeting too, around like, what are the best practices and principles? Should we still be looking at where current board members live or not? I don't know if that's still a legit best practice, although we did it before. Should we be looking at demographic breakdowns with the goal to have balance, but knowing that kind of makes it a little bit harder for, is believed to make it harder for people of color to kind of break through that. So some kind of guidance on best practices maybe sprinkled into our January session. I don't know that we're prepared to discuss that today. I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. Because if those same criteria that we used last time are not what are acceptable now, then we need to know that. But we definitely had that discussion previously. And that was my memory and understanding of it. And again, if that's not what we're supposed to do in terms of keeping, like, again, if we wanted to keep each of our trustees that are currently representing trustee areas in those trustee areas, then that automatically rules out 2 of our alternatives here.
I also want to make a quick comment. I don't know if we put, if we have any hands raised, because I think we're trying to have the public comments before.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to give Tom 1 minute to respond to any of that, and then I want to give the public a chance to raise their hands. If you have any comments, Tom, can you comment on just what was said, just so we don't lose our train of thought?
Okay, first of all, being aware of where the current trustees live is clearly a criteria you can include. There's no reason you are forbidden from including that criteria. I just finished doing this exact same thing for a district in South San Jose, and that was one of their top criteria was trying to maintain each board member representing a separate area. So you can definitely do that. Secondarily, you do not need to include ethnicity or socioeconomic factors in your trustee areas. I discussed this with Sean at the beginning and Jesus, and we agreed to leave that out. That is an additional, becomes the third side of the Rubik's Cube to the data. It can be done. It's the block statistics. The census was not done well this time. And I'm not going to blame that on Trump or anybody else. I'm going to say the pandemic made it difficult no matter who was in office. And the reality is I don't overly trust a lot of the counts, like getting 72 people living in the campground, as I mentioned. So we're doing this because we have to fit the law, but I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to give you overly accurate ethnic data and socioeconomic data anyways, even if we spend the money to recover that information. I think we all know where your socioeconomic pockets are. And without seeing the hard data, you can still say, gee, could we move this a little bit that way or a little bit that way? Come up with an alternative 5 or 6 if you want. That's, you know, just let me know before January. But actually giving you that data, first of all, I don't even know if that data would be accurate.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Let's hold off on discussing anymore. I just want to make sure if anyone from the public has any comments they want to make, please raise your hand now, and Rosie will get you in. While we're waiting to see if anyone is going to raise their hand, I also just wanted to make one other thing clear that Freya and I ran into when we were trying to work with this the first time around, is that sometimes the maps look really messy, and part of the reason, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the reason is we have to do it by census tract, so they're in big clumps. And you can't split those clumps of people up. So sometimes if you see it weird one way or another, it's because we weren't able to split that because it's one track. So that is why it gets kind of funky and makes it hard to do. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. When you have an urban block bounded on 4 sides, the data comes in for that urban block, because it has to have a boundary on each of the 4 sides. When you get in the rural areas, like when you get up Frenchman Creek's Road, there's this huge area with no boundaries to it. So it all goes one way or all goes the other way. And it's very difficult. You have one quote block in the block statistics in Princeton that goes everywhere from the south end of the airport on the north side of Cornell and California Avenues, all the way up to what is clearly in the middle of Moss Beach.
Yeah, that's that one really crazy looking one.
Yeah, right. Because there's no road in the middle of the airport. Right. So it all gets put into one quote block because the 4 streets bounding that one quote block go all the way from on the edge of Moss Beach, actually a little bit in Moss Beach, to in Princeton.
Okay, Freya, I know you have a comment. I don't see any comments from the public, so Freya, I'll let you go ahead.
I think we actually did have a hand raised.
Oh, do we?
No, Rosie, I saw Yadira Ramos had her hand raised. No, she said, I can lip read. No comments? Okay.
No.
Okay, go ahead, Freya.
No, I mean, I think that we should continue to keep the current trustees' seats there. So I guess I don't know.
Which maps didn't have I just assumed they all had.
No,
our
2 and
current
4, both Lizette and Sophia would be in the same seat then at that point. At least that was my reading of the map.
Which
2
maps were those?
2 and 4. But
Oh,
somebody else.
and I like 2. Okay.
Well, someone else look at them because I wasn't totally sure exactly where Lizette and Sophia live on that little area, but that's what it
Well,
looks like. To me.
I mean, Tom, were some of them have 2 trustees in one area? Or were they?
I was not aware of where your trustee addresses were. I will ask Sean to give that to me, or Jesus, after the meeting, and I will look at those addresses and see if there's a way I can tweak the various alternatives, come up with alternatives 5 and 6. They're just slight variations to do what you're asking for. And you can definitely include that as an alternative choice you want to do to tweak one of the alternatives you're looking at to put the trustee areas in separately.
I just, again, for the public and for the board's knowledge, we wanted to present sort of like a big picture. Hey, these are a few alternatives you could do to tweak it to get it to within that 10% legal limit. Then we figured you would come and say, well, we kind of want this to be considered. And then that would be the January presentation. And then we'd finalize in February.
I mean, I personally think that we should keep the trustees in their areas. So I think we should assess that, but I don't know if everyone agrees. So.
Is that a board direction? That's kind of what we want to know is, are there 3 of you that agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also think it just so happens that we kind of live, it kind of worked out when we did it the first time from just by chance where we live. It didn't screw it up, I don't think.
And basically, Tom, just so you know, Lizette lives on one side of Kelly and Sophia lives on another side of Kelly.
Okay.
So that's the only breakup you're going to see.
Okay. I will let you know that, as you probably would guess, on the north side of Kelly, close to Highway 1, are huge population numbers. And when I get into that area and I try and split it up, it really throws giant numbers one way or the other.
And I think, Tom, that's to some degree why it ended up the way it did, in terms of like dividing across Highway 1, or even that little bit that was up in Clipper Ridge got put in somewhere else when we initially did it. But I mean, I think since the numbers are different this time, and we were happy to look at something else, but I personally think that it's good to keep it the way it is. But if, again, this is only Mary Beth and I, because we were kind of part of the subcommittee, so we need others to weigh in on that as well.
I would need to look at the maps without.
Can we pull up the map? I mean, I think when I was looking at them, I was kind of doing it by process of elimination. Like, I kind of looked at number 1 and I thought, well, that's the easy way to do it, but that's probably not, it doesn't look the nicest. I guess I finally ended up with which one seems most easy, which is most blocks, north, south to north. So I'd kind of said, 1 was a no. And I think it was number 4 that broke up Alsace, Lorraine into 3 different people's area. And I thought, well, that's no good. But I don't know. Can we pull map 2 up? Maybe I kind of want to see where you're saying it didn't cut off for you.
Can you give us that, Rosie?
Otherwise, I'm going to pull it up myself here. But I mean, we should.
And I think my reading was that 3 worked. So 1 and 3 I thought worked, but it was 2 and 4 that I thought didn't. But again,
just looking at them in the blocks, I thought 2 looked the best for just best north to south. But
I thought 2. So again, I'm coming from it with like keeping together communities of interest and things that are logical, because voters get really confused in such a small space with so few of us, and like, just dividing us among 5 can be confusing because we are really all one community. And I think that's fine. There are a lot of reasons we should and need to do it. But I think a lot of the alternatives, I had that same concern where it broke up like really strong communities of interest, like Alsace Lorraine or Alita Park, or even downtown, even the extended downtown Half Moon Bay, the budding metropolis of like the two sides, or the kind of quadrant of Highway 1 and Cali on both sides, on all four parts of that quadrant. Like there's definitely a strong community of interest with that area. So I think that's why I was leaning towards area 2. To be honest, it didn't even occur to me where everyone lives. I didn't even look at it that way. But I would say, like, if there's a way to take the good things of number 2 and make any slight adjustments to achieve that goal, Tom, I think that's something we ought to discuss in January too, like another alternative that's basically number 2, but let's have it so that we split along Kelly, so we can consider that option and get public input on that too. I think that would be a good idea.
Rosie, go one
more, Rosie.
Go one more, Rosie, there.
Yeah, so there.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So Lizette and Sophie are in the same one.
Lizette's asking, where is she? Lizette in this one.
She used to be in the green one, but in this one, she's in the rose-colored one.
Yeah.
And so is Sophia. I mean, and I think that what Tom is saying is that this, and I think I remember this from before, this population here, which is what we're talking about, is actually rather large. So taking this out of here, that's why you then get suddenly these whole areas added somewhere else. Because you can't add this to the green and you're going to get a huge number in the green. That's why we took this part out of the green, But so, yeah.
Yeah, the area directly north of Hatch Elementary has huge population numbers. I don't know what it is, but I think it's going to be a problem. But if I figure out exactly where your addresses are, I'll come in with some more alternatives in January that fine tune these scenarios. Now that you've given me direction, I think we've got that direction.
You're saying north of Hatch? North of Hatch has huge population.
Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. So that little bit, so there's where Hatch is, that little bit that's still pink that's up above, that there's a large population there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fourplexes in there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So if you add that to the green, then a bunch has to come out of the green.
Got it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And what do you take out of the green then?
Right, because the green was kind of that whole area, and that's why green ended up losing that stuff in the top, but then that's why blue ended up coming,
what, this is exactly why Freya and I popped off on a subcommittee and just did this and worked directly with them and just said, what about this? What about this? And this just moved it around because it's so hard to do with all of us.
Yeah, but it sounds like, if we're all, Sophia, are you agreeing or?
I think it's good to look at it. I think it's good to look at an alternative where, if we split, and again, if, as Tom said, if we can be, thoughtful and kind of really specific about having R2 residencies on different areas, I think that would be great to take a look at. And then maybe, I think some of those neighborhoods north of 92 were in area D previously, near Half Moon Bay High School around Terrace. A couple of those single family homes are not as densely populated, but they add up. So some minor tweaks I think could be done.
So we seem to have jumped from Tom's first question to then going into all of the fine tuning of items 2, 3, and 4. And I know just looking at the overall map, one looked a little bit, it looked like the purple had spread greatly because it spread over the less populated area and went up to Skyline, where right now all of that is more contiguous with the beige. But again, it's, I think it's the same challenge with any of them in terms of when you're changing lines and talking about what's happening to the neighborhoods. So my question would be, Tom, having done this for other districts, you presented 1 as being kind of an easy change, and then 2, 3, 4, more refinement. Do you have a perception of what would work best for us?
Your community. If if it's not a big deal to have a hopscotch trustee area B, the lavender one, and you're happy with your current trustee areas and nobody's being shifted between trustee areas to run against each other, then that's fine. If you want your trustee areas to represent more contiguous areas, do less neighborhood splitting, do less strange dog legs into El Granada, then you want to look at 2, 3, or 4. That's strictly your opinion and your community's opinion.
You know, I want to make a comment about what you just said, Tom, about, you know, running against each other, because I did hear last time when this came around, maybe it was more with the city where people would, you know, were saying, you know, oh, those people in office, they just are doing it because they want to make sure they stay in office. But that's not how it was explained to us by you last time around. And I think it's the woman that worked with you, but she said it's a nod to the voters. It's a nod to who the voters have chosen to try to go with that. And that's more of how I was thinking of it. And that's why I was agreeing with that, because I was seeing it as a nod to the voters. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I think that's a big deal.
Well, your public has voted for all of you. So you're, by making sure that all of you have the possibility to stay in office, not the guarantee, but the possibility, it's serving the public.
Right. And I just want to make sure I want people to understand I'm not doing it for myself. I'm also doing it for, you know, the people that voted for me, that it's a nod to them that, hey, you voted this way. Let's, you know, anyway, for what it's worth.
Can I go back to the current trustee areas, central slide, go back a couple slides. Forward one. Yeah, right. You were there. You had it. Go back to slide 5. Okay. To me, even the current boundary already splits up the Alsace-Lorraine neighborhood in a way. That dog leg to the west is just state parks, which is irrelevant. But even the current boundary, which you guys worked on, you have to me already a break in the Alsace-Lorraine neighborhood. Clearly, I forget what exactly that street is now, but it's
Filbert.
Filbert. What? Filbert, okay. And then again, at the southern and Half Moon Bay, you sort of you picked up the South Main Street affordable housing, but the people right across the street from that are in the beige area. So you already have some neighborhood splits, if you ask me. So when people say you don't want to split Alsace-Lorraine, well, you already had to do it the previous time, is what I'm pointing out.
Well, and to clarify, it's what the current map doesn't split Alsace-Lorraine, it splits Arleta Park to some extent. So Alsace-Lorraine is that grid to the immediate left of Hatch Elementary. And then when it rotates 20 degrees or whatever to the left, that's Arleta Park. And it is a little bit awkward that there are like 3 neighborhoods of Arleta Park, but not the rest of it. So the Arleta Park split plus that little triangle on the other side of Highway 1 definitely are awkwardnesses.
Yeah, and we knew that wasn't ideal, but that was the best we could get it when we were doing it.
That's within the confines of the census tracts for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm fine. And I think it'd be good for the points that you guys discussed to look at alternative 2 with a tweak so that we can have the current trustees in different areas. Yeah.
Would it help for Tom, for you to meet with Mary Beth and Freya again, or whichever of the trustees would like to, to have those conversations before we get into the January meeting?
Sure.
I'm just asking.
What I would say is that our board materials are, this is welcome to my world. Our board materials are due January 4th.
Oh.
So it's difficult over the break.
Holidays.
I'm not sure it's necessary for this.
Okay.
I mean, I think that we're talking about, now we have, if nobody likes 3, is that what you're saying? Nobody really likes the 3. Is that the one that splits that neighborhood way too much? And so it's just tweaking it's tweaking 2, which people seem to like, to accommodate this 2. And I don't know if it's possible. So I think it's 1 and 2 really at this point, and Tom can come back that might, as he said, have now new ones, 5 and 6. We can always keep 3 and 4 there and then it's just more information, right? So I'm not sure that we need to meet before that. If for some reason when that comes up, none of them seem okay, then maybe we need a subcommittee. But I think now that we've articulated that as one goal, and I kind of go both ways. I guess my opinion on the splitting of neighborhoods is that sometimes it's okay to split the neighborhoods just so that you also still have people representing kind of diverse different areas versus just representing. I mean, one of the things that I hated about the fact that we kind of had to go to trustee areas anyways was that people started to feel like they only represented certain areas or certain elementary schools or certain, so I also do think that the sum of that splitting of areas is beneficial in reminding us that really we're board members for the whole district, even though we are now elected from these smaller trustee areas. So but I get other people's concerns about, making sure that we have all interests represented and other kinds of things. But I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
So to capture this real quick, I think I hear board direction that, Tom, when we come back in January, you can present to make sure that all the areas show that they still represent the existing seated board members in those distinct areas. And we won't have, and that will be the guiding criteria for us to do our next sift. Is that what I'm hearing?
Can I rephrase it, Sean, to just make sure we're on the same page?
Please.
I would propose we include all of these, just allow the public to have a chance to digest them and comment on them, but to add an additional alternative, which is a variation of the current alternative 2, which allows for all current trustees to be in different areas. Does that make sense?
If Tom can do it, it makes sense.
Yeah.
For the January presentation, even though you won't be voting then, it would be good if you can give me a real strong direction as to the break you like between A and B, for example, and ones you just want to throw out. It sounds like you're already ready to throw out C. Can you scroll to C for us? 3 for us, please, Rosie. One more. So that does break on Alsace. So if you guys don't want to break on Alsace, then I can toss this out. I'll be honest with you, this is going to be an easier one to tweak for keeping 2 trustee areas apart than some of the other ones, because I don't have to move much to have the pink and the green be in different sides of Kelly Avenue. So even though it does a nasty split of Alsace-Lorraine, this is going to be probably the easiest one for me to keep the trustee areas separate.
Do we have to throw any out tonight, or can we just leave them all for January and just add one?
Direction. He needs more direction is what he's saying. So we need to.
Can I just clarify on this one? I actually wasn't sure if this one keeps you guys each in your own.
No.
It doesn't. You guys are both in one of them now. Okay. So this one would have to be tweaked anyways to get them in.
Well, isn't that Kelly to the beach there, right above Hatch Elementary?
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, I guess what I'm hearing is that we would have to move a couple blocks into, okay.
Yeah. So I think I think should we just to keep all the options open, say reconfigure 2, 3, and I think
Well, he's saying this one's easiest. And
so why don't we just reconfigure?
And Tom, there is a break in that neighborhood. It's not all Alsace-Lorraine. There is a break. You can't see it, but people know there's a break in neighborhoods there. And it maybe happens probably at Filbert Street, how it is now. Is that where the break is? Somewhere around that, between Alsace-Lorraine and Arleta Park.
What do you mean by, census tract?
Well, there is a break. I mean, those, even though it looks like one neighborhood, like it is 2. It is, one is called the Alsace-Lorraine and the other one is called the Arleta Park.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's where the angle changes. That's the different neighborhoods.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I was describing earlier, that the grid.
But maybe he could make that break, right? Put Lizette's part in the pink and then the green takes, I don't know. He's just saying this makes it easier.
Well, it'll be an awkward map. So what I will do is I will get your addresses from Sean or Jesus in the morning, and I'll do a tweak of each of these. I think alternative 1 probably is already saved because it changes so little, but I'll do a tweak of each of 2, 3, and 4 to show you what would be necessary to put each of you in a separate trustee area.
Okay.
And my reading is that 3 already does that. Just an FYI, but you'll find that out. So it's really 2 and 4.
If this is 3, it does not.
Oh, right, because you're in the other block. So yeah, none of them do then.
Yeah.
So what?
Okay, never mind.
So that's why we have this funnel where we have the first cut, the second bite, and the third bite of the apple. So as Tom has said, we will get addresses of seated board members to him tomorrow. Rosie can send him your addresses, and Tom's a pro, and so he'll be able to tweak this and come back in January with that new criterion.
That works.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Bless you, Tom. This complexity of your work as a demographer never ends.
Thank you.
I think you now know the CUSD better than most people.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, we'll see you.
Good luck with your next presentation, Tom. I know you're in another district doing a presentation now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, just so you know, Rosie will provide addresses. Tom can make these tweaks. He's kind of an expert in how to make the tweaks, and he got direction from you, and he'll come back with the same options, probably slightly tweaked for January, and you can look at them again. There can be public hearing, and then you guys can vote in February.
Okay, good.
I'm glad we planned it for 3 different meetings. This is exactly why we planned it for 3 different.
Well, and it gives the public a good chance to see it and have input as well, because I know last time it took us a while to do it too, but even after the fact, people were like, wait, this looks all screwed up. And we're like, no, it's really hard actually.
Yeah, my goal.
People plenty of time.
Look, I'll tell you, my goal and what I sort of charged Tom with is, look, there was so much time spent on this in the past. What are the easiest tweaks we can make to get into the 10%? And then Tom wanted to make it coherent and closer to communities and sort of address those peculiarities. And now we know why those peculiarities exist, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll see you back in February. And I think that item is closed. It was not an action item.
Yeah, it's just a presentation.
January. We'll see him in January.
What did I say? February?
February.
Yeah. We'll see him in February too, but.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, should we?
The guy's super busy right now.
He is very busy. We got lucky that we were able to get him back. He's got a bunch of this happening after the census.
'Tis the time for him.
Yeah. Okay, can I move us on to item D?
Yeah, second trimester 1 grade data presentation.
Okay, so as you know, the board had asked us in the past during COVID for a report on grades, particularly at the secondary levels, particularly at Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School. You'll see James Barnes and Andy Boysen joining us tonight. Dr. Bhatia cannot be with us because of personal reasons, medical procedure, so she cannot be with us. So I get the privilege of introducing my friends and colleagues, Andy and James. So I'm going to let them go. What I will say to preface this is, at the last meeting, we showed some data about Ds and Fs pre-COVID and during COVID. And now these guys are going to give us an update of sort of like what that looks like for the last grading period and sort of the work that's been done at the schools, which I've actually been impressed by. Look, we never want to say there's a silver lining to the pandemic, but what it has done is it has made everybody sort of look very closely at data. And these 2 instructional leaders in particular have been working with faculty to talk about that. So I'll let them talk about that.
Okay, good evening. CUSD Governing Board, leadership and community. I'm going to go ahead and begin. I'll handle Half Moon Bay High School, and my colleague James Barnes is going to go ahead and handle Cunha after me. So Rosie, please, next slide. Thank you. And just a general agenda, what I just said. So we'll go ahead and on to the next slide, please. Okay, so this data was put together by Dr. Bhatia, and it shows some interesting things. And so it compares, if you look up at the top, just to sort of walk through it, it gives data of percentages of students who receive an A through C grade for the 2020 year, an A through C grade for 2021, and so forth for the D grade, and then for the F grade. And in a lot of ways, if you recall from the presentation recently about grades, and that was a 3-year window of grades covering Ds and Fs at the semester level. And that showed a continuing ongoing issue that the state of California, and particularly districts and regions like ours, which is showing an achievement gap, which is stubborn and has proven to be very difficult and challenging to attempt to address. And so if we're looking at, we have 3 primary demographic groups here. We have the English learners, and we can see improvement here, which is quite substantial from the pandemic year to this year. And then we have some mixed results as it relates to Ds, and then some improvement in terms of, showing the upward trend of the grades and then showing a downward trend with the Fs, which is quite substantial for our English language learners. We're moving on to our white population. We see something which is counter to the last presentation in terms of the larger, we'll say bigger strategic view of our grading over the last 3 years as it relates to semesters. And then we do see a dip here as well, particularly with the 9th graders and then with the 10th graders, but something a little more subtle and a little closer in gap as it relates to the 11th and 12th graders. And then we look at the Ds, we see a slight increase in the number of Ds, a decrease for the 11th grade, and then a slight increase for the 12th grade. And then we look at Fs, again, we see some increases here as well. In general, we're looking at, if we look for this particular population with the A through Cs, we're looking at a 5% average drop across the grades, but again, focused on the 9th and 10th grade. Then we look at over at the Fs, we see I think it's a 3.6 across the grade levels in terms of increase in the number of Fs. And if we look at the Ds, it's a 2.25 across all grade levels. So in terms of the increase of the D, which the Ds, which sort of match up, if you see the drop in the A through Cs, it's almost proportional to the increase in the number of Ds and Fs, which is, when we look at the successes of the English language learners, our population, which is the one which we are very concerned about and that we have seen struggle in the past academically, and something in which, again, we try to target year in and year out to see data going in different directions. And we see this as well with the Hispanic Latino population. You see the overall an increase, although there's a big, the 9th graders, which, this is probably, problematic. And then we see some increases here as well. And then we have with our Ds, we have some successes, and other success points. So again, this is, we have one thing standing out here in terms of the 9th grade level. And so if we're looking at the bullet points here, again, comparing Q1 2020 and Q1 2021, English learners and Hispanic Latinos overall have significantly positive trend in letter grades. Overall, there are fewer Ds and Fs given to our focus groups. Our white subgroup is receiving slightly fewer A's and B's and C's and more D's and F's. So same kind of percentage to show the range here. I've given you the average that I've spoken to you, but it is, there are slight numbers, but at the same time, they seem to be a bit counterintuitive to the data that was presented recently, which shows, again, the D's and F's on semester grades for the last 3 years. And that's what this last bullet. Overall, when we talk about the big picture, we're still looking at significantly higher D's and F's as it relates to our Hispanic and English language learner populations as compared to our white subgroup. The next slide, please. Okay, so Dr. Bhatia asked me to sort of reconstruct what we have been doing to address the issue of grading and academic performance as it appears on report cards or in grade books. And so going back to August 13th, 2021, these are some subtopics of our initial staff meeting as we kicked off the year in the hopes of, we had the spring, which we went into the pandemic and students went home. We no longer had in-person learning. We started off that year with the same type of situation. And so I really wanted to remind our teachers of some key things that I wanted them to be considerate of. And so the first thing was multiple tier systems of support. And in particular, having them focus on tier 1, because that's what teachers can really affect in the classroom. How is it that their instructional strategies and their curriculum can really support students as best they can in the environment in which they have the most control? And so the focus really wanted to emphasize that teachers come into the new year with this mindset that there's unfinished learning and that they need to adjust, adapt instructionally and revise their academic policies. Even though we are back, the idea that we're back in person does not mean all the things that we have learned about students' lives have changed. We know the pandemic's changed, but we got a very clear window in the lives of many of our students, particularly those who are socioeconomically disadvantaged or have other conditions which made distance learning particularly difficult for them. And so we really wanted that mindset. And we focused on this particularly as it relates to courses like math, world language, literacy, how math applications are in science. You're going to have students who are going to be in chemistry who might not have that math background as fully built out as they normally would. Or if you go from Spanish 1 to Spanish 2, you're going to have students who aren't going to be able to perform at the levels which in the past, perhaps incoming Spanish 2 students would be able to perform. And we think of literacy actions, if students aren't communicating, they're not listening, speaking, reading and writing as they normally did, because we did try to encourage teachers to really reduce and focus on essential standards and not on quantity, but rather quality. And so that was all a learning process for them as well. And we really, again, try to emphasize there is unfinished learning. Please be mindful, make adjustments to your instruction and your academic policies. Additionally, as our district really focused on this idea of restorative restart, which I know if you've watched governing board meetings, that term, that phrase, that mindset has been discussed in several board meetings, this idea of how can we revolutionize or make substantive changes to education and take it in a different direction, which is more responsive to the things that we've learned during the pandemic. So one of the key things that we try to emphasize at the high school is focus on how relationship building with students and families. Sorry for the mistake on the bullet, but it was really, how is it that we can build that? And there was a couple of things that we really tried to emphasize, that teachers maximize advisory, that they really work into speed conferencing, meeting with all their students, looking at school loop, asking how they are. If a student's doing excellent in a class, still check in with that student and see how they are in terms of their social and emotional well-being. And just really having that one-on-one contact in the advisory class, that teachers continue to, have a core sense of empathy and awareness. I mean, again, the windows that were open to us to see students' lives either through our contact logs and calling families directly, our home visits, all these things, our community liaison, or our school community relations assistant on a Cabrillo, really gave us insight into the struggles that students were having. And these were struggles which were exacerbated and compounded by the pandemic. And so to really have teachers get a sense of how can we build those relationships. And something that as a takeaway from Director Ladd was just also focusing on part of Maslow's hierarchy, and I give a refresher about that from a staff meeting on 11/8/2020. So I just wanted to give a reminder of what we had talked about in November of last year, and just to really, again, focus on how the pandemic affected students' basic needs, their social and emotional well-being, and academic performance. And just really getting that strong sense that if you can address the importance of deficiency needs and give students a sense of belonging, even if they are remote or now they're back in person, and to really, really maximize that and leverage that and show them that they belong at school. And also a reminder of how we can provide a sense of support and of belonging at Half Moon Bay High School. So that's, again, this sense of belonging. So that was a refresher of some things that we addressed during the pandemic at the beginning of this academic school year. Next slide, please, Rosie. Thank you. So in October, we had another staff meeting, and this is really targeted on being self-reflective, that teachers self-reflect about classroom procedures and grading and multiple tier systems of support. And I'll go into that in greater detail. And then we had a Super Tuesday on October 12th. And again, we circled back to what it means to give multiple tier systems of support. We looked at some data, which is the same data that the governing board looked at and Cabrillo Unified School District community looked at the previous board meeting. I think it's previous or perhaps the one before, but again, that relates to the semester data year after year in terms of grades. I've included the slideshow of that, which we presented during that Super Tuesday. Next slideshow, please. And these were sort of a list of some things that we really wanted to instill in our teachers. Again, unfinished learning, meeting students where they're at, not where you believe they should be or where they have been in the past. Concentrate on essential standards. Making strategic reductions when needed. There's a lot of recent talk about mastery learning, really targeting, the essential standards. But again, this can be tricky in some cases because we're a school site that really embraces trying to teach the college and career readiness standards, which are literacy standards, and those are recursive practices. So students are doing the same thing, but with greater level of complexity and expectation. So in some cases, some content areas need to do that sort of spiraling, stepping up in terms of their curriculum and instruction. And so, a fifth grade student in Avis Calhoun's class, I know argumentation really quite well, but that same student still needs to perform that same argumentation at a greater complexity and detail as a senior or a junior. So, and differentiation, SEDI and AVID strategies, we're really trying to bring back AVID strategies. There was a big focus on that several years ago, and we're trying to reconnect with that. And there's great leadership from Joelle Sauté and the AVID site team, just doing a wonderful job, and Kate Walera as well. And they're just doing a really fine, just wonderful job at really bringing this back to the forefront and how that could be used in the classroom. And using writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading in the content areas as well. And we really want to emphasize literacy, and that's what the next bullet's about, but also differentiation and SEDI. How do we use SEDI strategies to increase literacy in the content areas as well? And then differentiation, how it is that instructors or teachers can help structure or design their curriculum for perhaps multiple intelligences or respond to variance with different types of learners, and adjust content and process and use project-based learning, and just adapting the learning environment in terms of how the desks are arranged, or the feel, the vibe, the sense of what that learning environment's about. I spoke to college and career readiness standards. This year, one of our primary focuses is that all teachers come up with an argumentative writing assignment. And we believe strongly that the more literate our students are, the more successful they'll be in their content area courses. Another thing, these two bullets sort of come together: classroom procedures and their effects on grades, and life skill procedures and their effects on grades. And so we really try to emphasize that we do not want classroom management structures or policies affect grading or academic performance evaluation. And so we really want to be kind of clear on this. When, if a teacher says, well, in the real world, you would lose part of your paycheck or you would be fired, those types of things, we just really worked hard to try to instill that there needs to be a compartmentalization between management strategies. And the teachers are having significant challenges when it comes to management. It's after a year away, we're really working hard on that. But if you spend some time on campus, you'll see that the adjustment back to full-time in-person learning has been really, really quite difficult, particularly for our 9th and 10th graders. And so that's another element. Procedures, life skills, not affecting evaluation. Also encouraged to provide late and makeup work policies. And I'm confident that a lot of our faculty who made those adjustments during the pandemic have not gone back to their zero tolerance ways. There are some, and it's difficult because we have Ed Code 49066, and we can make suggestions and we can encourage and try to illuminate the challenges that students have and have a sense of empathy and equity on campus. But that it isn't uniform, and it's going to require some work to get to a point in which that type of transformative change can occur. Same thing with considering eliminating zero tolerance exit tickets. Sometimes exit tickets are great because a student produces something when they don't produce homework, but at the same time, if there's zero tolerance to that, it takes the student's grade in an opposite direction. Again, encouraging extended time for assessments. If a student needs more time, and then to allow that student to have more time, regardless if there's an IEP or a 504 or some student success team arrangement, that it becomes kind of baked into a teacher's approach. Again, due dates when classes meet, we have that modified block schedule. We really, if a teacher they see a student on Tuesday, that they have the work due on a Thursday and not a Wednesday. And just be mindful and considerate of Monday due dates. So these are all things that we try to encourage. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, and Mr. Barnes.
All right, thank you.
Before we move on, Andy, because Ms. Cortez is unable to use her voice right now, I'm going to be her mouthpiece today. Okay. She had a question about Assembly Bill 104, and just to remind people about Assembly Bill 104. Assembly Bill 104 over the summer allowed us, and they came and told us like a week before, hey, you got to give everybody the opportunity to change their grades, their fails, to another grade. And Andy, poor Andy, I know Andy and I were both pulling our hair out saying, oh, why do we have to do this like 2 weeks? They tell us, the legislature tells us 2 weeks, and then they say the students only have 2 week window. And then of course it extended, we knew it would. But anyway, Lizette Cortez's question is, did Assembly Bill 104 and that petition to be able to change grades, was that reflected in this report for those who were able to file on time?
It would have to, unless a student took a credit for a B, maybe, or an A, which would seem quite odd. But we'll say like a D or an F. Just put it plainly in a personal sense. My daughter received a D, and she got a pass, and that increased her GPA.
Okay, so I think the answer for Ms. Cortez is that this data that you're using pretty much captures what the AB 104 changes would have encapsulated.
Yep. And I believe in some ways it might be strongly, particularly if a student's got all Ds, and then those get changed to passes. But there's different combinations. But to speak to AB 104, we're still working on the other part of it with our seniors, because that applies to them as well for the credit reduction to match the California Department of Education requirements for graduation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask just one question, not a full comment, but just one question? Am I correct in assuming that for each grade level, both in the, we're going to hear CUNY coming up, but in the high school chart, that a cohort of 9th graders in 2020 is the 10th grade in 2021.
Yes, that's my reading of that.
Okay, so then for the high school, it would have been.
Rosie, can you go back to the table, please? Excuse me, Board Member Hines. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. So,
sure. So
these 9th graders are, if you're looking at any of these 9th graders, should be current 10th graders.
Right. So we're looking at like the increase in percentage, but we're looking at increase between cohorts based on the way these charts are written. And so if you were to understand that group of kids, I think really the only one that would have been flat would have been 11th graders that were white in 2020. In 2021, it was the same percentage of A through C grades. Most of the other arrows would be the same, whether they went up or down on their percentages. I just wanted to clarify that for cohort, because sometimes we go past it really fast. And I think the analysis is not significantly different. But I just wanted to point that out because I think it's going to apply for CUNY as well.
Thank you.
Just to help translate this too, Andy, in 25 words or less, I see this data with all those green arrows, particularly of areas of concern in the past for groups like English learners and Hispanic Latino, that you actually are seeing fewer Ds and Fs in this Q1 data.
Yes, and our A through G readiness, I believe, went from 43% to 60.
So,
and that must be an indicator that there's greater success in these subgroups where we've been working to improve.
Right, so it's even more impressive when you go look at the 9th graders that had Fs in 2020 at 44%. A year later, as 10th graders, it was only 11%. So it was an even better improvement than if you read it straight across the line.
That's true. And I just want to point out too, just on a big picture, I see this as good news. Number one, we uncovered that COVID created Ds and Fs that we were concerned about. We compared to the year before COVID. We still knew we had D and F concerns, and that the new data shows that that is being ameliorated, that is being addressed for all those reasons that Andy talked about working with his colleagues at the high school, the faculty. I do think that teachers and administrators at Half Moon Bay High School and students have to be commended for their ability to get back on track and to work towards finding new metrics of success and giving students more opportunities to show their potential. I just want to say that, you know, when you can have some good news, you might as well celebrate some good news.
Thank you. All right, Rosie, back to CUNY, please. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. Vice President, Ms. Alexander, Dr. Petrich. Thank you all for letting me be out here tonight and talking about this data, because the CUNY data is very similar in its trends to what we saw from the high school. So if you take a look at our English learner group, you're seeing a decrease in Fs and Ds. Same level, same percentage, 13% in the 8th graders for Ds. And down in the Hispanic Latino subgroup, you're also seeing decreases across the board for Ds and Fs, and increases for Hispanic Latino, for the A through C. For the white subgroup, yes, you're seeing this slight increase in Fs and Ds, one staying the same for 6th grade, and a concomitant decline in the A through C. So again, similar in the narrative here, similar to what Mr. Boysen had to say, English learners and Hispanic Latinos overall have a significant positive trend in letter grades. And that is a great thing to see. Overall, fewer Ds and Fs given to our focus subgroups. White subgroup receiving slightly fewer As and Bs and Cs, a 1 to 7% decrease, and more Ds and Fs, 1% to 4%. And those are small. The numbers, you see the percentages here, they are smaller altogether than what you've been seeing for the high school data. Middle school is a different critter. So our Hispanic and English learner subgroups continue to receive the majority of Ds and Fs as compared to the white subgroup. And it's interesting, if you look at the particular data boxes, you'll see that for the Fs in 2021, for English learners, it's for each grade, it's 1%, 6%, 8%. And then for white, it's 1%, 5%, 5%. So there's a slightly higher percentage for English learners than white, but it's still relatively small. And then looking at Hispanic Latino, it's 1%, 4%, 3%, which is actually lower than the white subgroup. Where you do see larger numbers altogether in terms of the percentage, you do see it in the Ds, where the Hispanic Latino subgroup and the English learners have higher percentages of Ds than the white subgroup. Next slide, please, Rosie. So what we began to do at CUNY in the pandemic year was really looking at grading equity. And we discussed it in our leadership group, we discussed it in our department chairs, discussed it with the staff, a whole conversation on grading equity. So we looked at our policies, the way we ran things in departments, grading scales, time allowed to complete work, with the idea that we were in remote learning in a pandemic. Our focus was to engage the students, to get students online and at school virtually as much as possible, to support those families where the struggle to simply to connect with us was huge. And then the idea was, if we can get our kids into school, we want them to succeed. That success, can be defined to begin with just by being there during the pandemic, because not everybody could. We spent a lot of time on trying to find families, engage families, get kids to connect with school. And it was a heavy lift for everybody involved. And many families had significant challenges in being able to have their students attend virtually at all. So our focus was supporting students and not saying, oh, because, you're not showing up every day, you didn't get your work in on time, we're just going to fail you, because that's the opposite of what we were trying to achieve during the pandemic. So as I think Dr. McFetridge said, there are occasional silver linings that we can grab a hold of when we have something like this, and it's a disruptive effect. So here is a school which had kind of been doing things much the same way year after year, looking at necessity requiring that we look at grading equity and ways of supporting students to succeed, rather than cutting them off at the pass and saying, well, you didn't meet our traditional expectations. So we began to make sure that students had the ability to turn in work late. And during the pandemic, we made that pretty much indefinite. We just wanted to see that they could do, if they managed to turn something in, that was a success. Test corrections, retaking, achieving mastery rather than, a first past the post kind of grading. You're in, or you pass or you fail. And we began looking, and then this year when we returned in person, we discussed this all again, and I said, and we all decided as a team that we would keep the kinds of changes that we made in department policies to continue allowing students to succeed, that there should be a pathway to their success, that you don't get into a situation where you're telling a student, sorry, there's nothing you can do. You can't pass. Can I get the next slide, please? So one of our readings that we worked on was grading for equity. And, for someone, most of us for the last century have grown up assuming that the 100-point grade scale is sort of a fact of nature, and it's not. One of the points that Grading for Equity makes is that, in a 100-point scale, the majority of points available to students, 59% of this scale is an F. 59% is failure. So only the remainder of that is where students have a passing grade. And so they have an enormous opportunity to fail in a 100-point grading scale, which is kind of an interesting thought. So we had a number of students under extreme stress. We still have families under extreme stress, both economically, in terms of health. And of course, those families that were most vulnerable to begin with continue to be terribly impacted during the pandemic and continue to be so. And so being able to support those families and students was the most important thing. So again, Mastery, looking for a way to support students and make sure that they can, if they put effort into it, have a pathway to success at CUNY. And just giving you an example of a grading scale used by our science department. And so you see the numbers are different. Now, we're still using a traditional grading scale. I know that the end point of Grading for Equity perhaps is to overturn the 100-point grade scale entirely, move to different models and methods. But in terms of our first steps at moving the goalposts a little bit here so that we can add some equity into the discussion. So, 0 to 39 is an F. So there's a chance to pass at higher points. And a way of making sure, for instance, in the science department, they have ways of, there's always extra work that kids can do that can help them bring their grade up. They can take on these projects and be able to achieve a passing grade. So the idea is for students to do very, very well. As much as they're, if they can put the work into it, they can find a way to succeed. Test corrections, extended time, and so on and so forth. And so that was the basic change, the fundamental change we made at CUNY. And it's uneven, and different departments have different policies, but it is a sea change that we're trying to propagate across the school. Go to the next slide, please, Rosie. And so besides discussing equity and changes in our policies and procedures in the classroom and department level, we also wanted to make specific structural changes that could support students. So as we began to plan for this year and the return to in-person school, we wanted to make sure that we had some supports in place for all students that we could expand to make sure that we were catching some of the learning loss to supplement their skills and some of the things they missed during the remote learning year. So for instance, we have a class called Literacy Lab that we started before the pandemic. And at the time Literacy Lab was started, it was started particularly for students who were below grade level in reading, but were not, did not have an IEP. They were not English language learners. They didn't have any supplemental support for their work in acquiring English language skills. And so at the time, before the pandemic, we had a very select group of students who would come in and out quarter after quarter, work with the teacher. And that was Ms. Butterfoss, by the way, who proposed the class and is an excellent literacy teacher. And so it was small and targeted. When we began this year, we expanded that to all 3 grades, and we're trying to roll most of our students through Literacy Lab as part of our rotating electives. Not every student is going to go through it, but many, many, many are. And that's supplemental to their English language arts and reading classes. It's considered an elective as part of their rotation, a semester elective for the 8th graders, quarter for the 7th graders, and our rotating wheel for the 6th graders. In addition, before I was principal at CUNY, there were Math Plus classes, which were, again, supplemental math classes for students that needed extra support in math. We brought that back, and we brought it back in all the grade levels. And again, students are rotating into that as part of their electives, so that students are getting it. And again, the majority of students, not everybody, but we're getting as many students as we can to have supplemental math. So in those two core areas, we wanted to structurally support kids in the return to in-person schooling. We hope that in the future, we'll be able to scale that back down to targeted intervention for students that particularly need that, rather than being more of a universal support, which we're kind of doing now because all our students went through the pandemic year. And then finally, in terms of the social emotional support, we've been engaged in all those kinds of discussions about supporting students. And actually, our current discussion right now is trying to refine and clarify the boundaries for student behavior. But we also created, again, classes that students would be able to rotate through as part of their electives that were directly about social and emotional support. So we have wellness classes, which are, in a lot of ways, they are about physical movement, calmness, stretching, nutrition, general physical health. For instance, I was looking at an assignment that I've seen before, looking at artificial sweeteners in food products and how that affects you and how that affects your body and your nutrition and your health. And then we also started Cubs Connect this year, which is based on the Connect with Kids curriculum. Our director, Martha Ladd, brought that to us, and we've been working with that all year, bringing kids in. We're about to have the first semester of that finished, the next semester of kids coming into that, where they're learning about all the different aspects of social emotional health, working out conflicts, identity. We've had presentations from different groups coming in. It's a class that we've created and are growing with, and are looking forward to after the first semester ends, a second semester with a whole other group of kids, and really be able to make that a powerful class. So those are just some of the things we've been doing. We really, the kind of the practical pieces that we wanted to see change for CUNA to try to support all our kids academically and socially and emotionally. I think that's all I have. Next slide. I think that's the end for questions at that point. So I think if anybody has questions for myself or Mr. Boysen, we're happy to take them.
Thank you so much, both of you, for the presentations. Before we go to board questions, I just want to open up to the public. If anyone has a comment, now is the time to raise your hand and on this agenda item, and Rosie can let you in. So I do see one person.
We have one, Kelly Bickle.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments. My name is Kelly Bickle, and I'm a parent of a senior and a freshman at Half Moon Bay High School. And I am an administrator in a public education district in a nearby district. I just wanted to offer some perspectives on the grades report from a personal and professional lens. And I think a lot of my comments really build on what Mr. Barnes and Mr. Boysen offered tonight as well, in terms of what I'm seeing. So first of all, nothing replaces being in school in person, and thank you all for your efforts to open schools and get kids back and out of my living room. So with the return to school, my girls have really a new perspective on teaching and learning, and are really readily able to identify approaches that support their learning and what policies and practices get in the way. So I wanted to offer a summary of what's come up, because it correlates so closely to a lot of the research on equitable classroom culture and instructional and grading practices. I am also reading Joe Feldman's book, Grading for Equity, which I highly recommend. And that book emphasizes the need for a clear focus on what students are learning, and the need to de-emphasize things like the pace of learning, or compliant behavior in grading practices. And I think if our kids are able to articulate the same ideas as educational researchers, then it's definitely worth all of us listening to that and paying attention. So here's what's come up in our house. Helpful practices, flexibility with learning timelines and schoolwork. And this has really been key to helping my kids feel like their teachers see them as human and value education as a social endeavor. Having the chance to review graded tests in class with a discussion of concepts that maybe weren't fully learned. Having the chance to retake a test or redo something for full credit to demonstrate more finished learning. Opportunities to work in partners and groups has been especially important with coming back from the pandemic. And then those teachers who've reached out with a lot of encouragement to come to advisory to get clarification or support. Those have all been super helpful. On the other side, there's been a few things that have caused some frustration in my house. And I'll just start by saying these are not unique practices to Cabrillo by any means. They're common practices in education that warrant rethinking, I think. So deductions for late assignments. One of my daughters has had a 50% deduction for turning something in late. Once it was an hour late, once it was when she was on a school trip. So essentially an F for something that shows nothing about, what that grade doesn't represent what she's learned. And then some things around testing. So test retakes where you can only get half of the available points has been a source of frustration because it sends the message that if you need more time or more practice, then you should be penalized for that. So that's been a little hard. Not being able to see the test after it's correct or not, especially when retakes are allowed, but you can't really see what you've done. And then, grading practices that emphasize compliance and control. And I know I'm almost out of time here, but I do want to say that I think our kids really understand what their own lists of helpful and detrimental practices are. And that as you dive more deeply into this data to really hear from kids what's working for them and what's not, and to use their wisdom in conjunction with the best practices out there to consider changes to policy that reflect student input and best practices for education. Thank you for the extra few seconds to finish.
Thank you, Kelly, for the comments. We appreciate it. Okay, I don't think we have any other comments, so open it up to the board for questions or comments.
I just want to say thank you to both Mr. Boyson and Mr. Barnes for your presentations. It is helpful to see the growth that has happened between 2020 and 2021. Just as a reminder, this presentation was brought to us because we were alarmed and concerned by what was happening in the front end of the pandemic. So the emphasis on the restorative restart, maybe there really is a silver lining to thinking about grading and equity and moving forward. I'm really just pleased to see the progress that's being made and the attention to the growth opportunities for our students. So thank you both for your presentations.
I can add also a huge thanks. I'm so happy we're having these conversations. I know they can be really difficult, but they're really so important in terms of what's understanding of all of our understanding, especially at the site level of what's holding our students back and how we can work together to release those constraints. So I just want to give you both huge, huge kudos. I know these, as James, I think you kind of referred to the traditions of the past 100 years. These are pretty, and I think Ms. Bickle referred to it a bit as well, as these are kind of pretty entrenched practices that take a long time to evolve a culture around. So I'm so grateful that we're doing this and we're looking at it. And I hope we can continue to have, ideally quarterly review to just kind of check in and see how things are going and deeper dives and more analysis so we can kind of understand what's behind these kind of top line numbers. Even things like comparing to really a good baseline would be like 2 years ago, because last year was remote learning. So we know and can expect improvement. How does it compare to where we were, pre-remote learning? So much stuff that we can dive into. And I'm so grateful and thrilled that we have that momentum to go there. So specifically at the high school, it really sounds like some really amazing, deep and broad conversations with staff to support those changes to more learning-oriented systems. And I'm sure we'll start to see those. It's a big system. We've got 1,000 kids in all different kinds of places. So I think it'll take some time and a lot of heavy lifting, but there's progress happening and it's really great. Also related to what Ms. Bickle's comments about her kind of listening to her own daughter's experiences. I want to commend the staff at the high school for really, as part of the restorative restart work that you've been doing, really putting student voice at the center and reaching out to kids beyond the ones we love, Giacomo, who are in leadership. And we are so excited to have their voices. Like, it's so critical, important. And in addition to have that broader view of kids that we don't always hear from directly too, I think is also important. So I'm grateful for the work that's being done around surveying, and I know there'll be a lot of follow-up to that because I think that's really important and really should be commended too. So similarly for Cunha, I'm glad the conversations are happening there as well, and I'm hopeful that we'll have more progress too. So I had one question just to make sure we're clear from looking at the data, because of how the percentages add up. My interpretation is that what we're looking at is not student numbers or percentages, but grade assignment percentages. So for example, if we look at either of the slides and you add up the percentages in any given year of students receiving A, B, C's, D's, or F's, those add up to 100. So am I interpreting correctly that like the data we're seeing here is not students, but it's grades being given to certain groups of students? So those are two different views, because like one student could receive one F, and then which category would they be in, right? So am I interpreting correctly that we're looking at data for Andy or for James or for Sean? These data are the grades, not the students.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Just by how the percentages add up, but I heard it both ways, and I wanted to just be clear.
Right,
Okay.
but you have to consider the cohort too. I think it's a yes and.
No, it's a different, looking at a cohort is a different concept than looking at grades versus students. One student receives 6 or 7 grades, right? So
Right, but that spread is applied to a different cohort. So you're right. You're right in terms of the way that the grades add up, but the grades are given to a different cohort of students.
Yes.
I would suggest you're talking about 2 different layers.
We're talking about 2 different things. Yeah. So yes, you could track the cohorts, and if you do look at the diagonal.
Yes.
So you track the cohorts by looking at the diagonal instead of across. That's fine. But the concept I'm talking about is, what are those numbers? Those numbers are grades. They're not students. And I just want to be clear in our understanding, because if in the future we were to look at students, those numbers would be different.
Yeah, you'd have to look at something like, any student who got at least one.
Exactly.
Or something like that. Then you can match a single type of grade to a simple type of.
You'd have to define it in some way like that. Exactly. I think we're in good hands.
I think the data, as I discussed with Dr. Bhatia, and probably James and Andy worked on this with Dr. Bhatia and with other staff to collect the data, was more about grades than it was about students. You weren't looking at students because a student at the high school or the middle school represents numerous grades. This was looking at grades, because that is the bigger kind of like picture that from a 10,000 foot level you can look at. Okay, let's look at all the grades and look at the number of D's and F's. We're looking at the numbers of D's and F's. If you want to do the fine dive and then now disaggregate the data by student, that'd be a different thing. And if I can put another layer on that, if you think about Kim Hines' question, if you look at from year to year cohort growth or regression, that's a whole different thing. What I will suggest, and to piggyback on what you were saying, Sophia, is that the board asked for it. The board's getting more data from us. That was a thing that you charged me and our staff to do. And you're looking at more data. And because of that, looking at that data, then I think it caused an alarm, if you will. I heard it from some teachers saying, oh gosh, that's hard to look at. But I also know that James and Andy throughout the pandemic were talking, and I don't want to exclude Deanna and John Nazar and Ben Bartel, but they were looking, and the leaders, they were looking at the grading practices. And I think to also go to Ms. Bickle's point, I think a lot of systems in the county, the state, and the nation are looking at grading practices because of Feldman's work, because of the pandemic. And this is a moment where it punctuates the equilibrium and we say, okay, is this really what we want? Do we want to look at mastery and assigning grades based on content mastery? Or do we want to look on grades being assigned because when it was done, if a kid missed class, if a kid was late to class, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not a simple answer, right? But from an aggregate number of grades, numbers of D's and F's, how we've reported in the past, and looking from apples to apples, you're seeing that teachers are assigning grades differently. And I think that represents different practices. And you had those bulleted points from both James and Andy about what they've been keying in on and what faculties have been taking on as a look at mastery as opposed to a look at completion by time or what have you.
Yeah, I love it. I love the flexibility that the staff showed during COVID. And I love that now everyone is looking at what went right throughout this and let's keep going and let's continue to do that. So I'm super happy to see things are improving. It sounds like there's still work to be done, but you know, this is just a new way of doing things and working better for kids. You know, it's about learning. So I'm super happy for this presentation and just to see that what we've changed going, you know, with COVID and everything that happened, like we're taking the best of that and trying to move into the future, not just falling back into old habits, but trying to take the best of that and work with it. It really is the silver lining of all the problems is it forced change and it forced us to think about doing things another way. So thank you.
I couldn't agree more. And also just leads us, I think, kind of to the discussions that we want to have around, like, I think, Andy, you mentioned A to G preparedness too. Like this kind of leads us into discussions like that to see like how are our kids doing in subsets of certain courses, like certain A to G, you know, courses, for example, because we know that's important that we can have more kids ready for that, to have that as an option, because that'll help them be prepared, whatever their post-secondary plans are. So I just can't thank you enough and look forward to continuing these kinds of reviews.
Our goal, our intent is to continue to bring this kind of data report regularly to the board and public so that we have that accountability, so we have that transparency, so that we can show continuous improvement. And so we can keep an eye on where we are, where we have been, and where we want to be. I will say that I did receive a text from Ms. Cortez that she wanted to thank Andy and James tonight for presenting and for the work that they've done with their teams as well. Because remember, it's teachers who teach and teachers who grade, and they do that in concert with their administrators and their leaders and with each other, talking about how practices will happen at the school. So I think this has been, I'm optimistic that continuing in this vein, we can continue, per your point, Ms. Lane, to get more kids achieving, showing their true potential, getting grades that make them UC A to G ready, which means they've taken the right number of courses and are eligible for California State University or University of California, but in general, that we're just getting kids better prepared for college and career, and that we have right markers for that, that it's based on what they can do and not all those other factors that, you know, for centuries have kept us from getting everybody across the finish line.
Good ending.
Well, I want to thank James and Andy for being here and the work that they do day in and day out, both as I've seen on campuses, making sure that they're safe, healthy, clean places to work for staff and students, but also for the work that they're doing as far as teaching and learning with their teams, their faculties, their colleagues. They both were teachers in the district. They're both instructional leaders in the district. Andy, James, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you to everybody tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on, we are on item 5E, electrical vehicle bus proposal presentation.
So I'm going to sort of break the fourth wall here and tell you a little bit about what's going on tonight. As you heard before, Dr. Bhatia couldn't be here, so I got to introduce Andy and James. And Jesus Contreras, our Chief Business Officer, is actually at City Council also on another Zoom meeting with City Council, talking with AT&T and City Council about renewal of the AT&T tower at Half Moon Bay High School, which of course the City of Half Moon Bay relies upon for connectivity. So it's a big deal for us and the city to work in concert with AT&T to make sure that the community still gets that. It's not an agendized item tonight, but we will have it agendized in the future for you when AT&T will have a presentation, we hope, in January to talk to you about the benefits of having that AT&T tower there to us as a school community and as a district, and also to the city and of Half Moon Bay, because the city of Half Moon Bay relies on that connectivity in that AT&T tower. And it's often the case in communities that AT&T towers are on school campuses because that's usually some big real estate where it can be installed, right? So, so Jesus isn't here right now, so he's asked me to introduce this item. So there, I got an aside there, but I want to say that the item that we're introducing tonight is this electrical vehicle bus proposal presentation. Rosie, could you bring up the board memo on this actually?
We have Matthew Silverbergman, who is presenting this item.
That's
so
fantastic.
I want to introduce him, so I will move him to the screen.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that's great.
And we also have a slide presentation.
Then I will not bore the board with the memo to give the big picture, and I'll just let Matthew. And just so you know, Matthew, good to see you again.
Hello.
Matthew has worked with us in a sort of contracted basis. He actually works with Heal Project also. And Heal Project, as you know, is a partner for us, has been looking at things like water barrels and garden education and all that type of thing. And Matthew has been working with Heal Project. And when we knew that this project was coming up, it would make sense for us to contract with him. And Matthew, I'll let you go ahead and speak to this. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing tonight? So I went ahead and I am currently the sustainability intern for Project Heal. The first project they put me on right away was going ahead and taking a look at what we were going to do with our diesel buses, as these will soon be out of operation due to mandates by the state of California. The first idea that came up was electric buses, and there's plenty of funding and grants available right now. So an overview of the project is that the district asked me to look at the 9 diesel fleet it currently has and see what our possibilities would be to exchange that into a new fleet composed of 2 80-seater buses, 2 20-seaters with a wheelchair, and 2 16-seaters also with a wheelchair, all fully electric. These buses would be provided by a company, AZ Buses, who I've been in contact with quite frequently. And the funding for this project would come from the Carl Morrow Grant, which is through the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, as well as rebates through the PG&E electric vehicle fleet program that is currently happening. Next slide. So I've done a rough overview of the project costs based on analysis, comparisons to other districts, and speaking to professionals in this manner. The cost of the buses from our quote was totaled at $1.6 million. The total costs of our charging stations, where these buses would be hooked up and charged, as well as a software plan, was totaled at $42,000. As you can see, we have not determined the cost of planning and design because we have not been able to source an electrical engineer who can give us a construction cost. And that construction cost would be for the infrastructure of the chargers, which we do have on site, and we are coordinating with PG&E, which is how I obtain an estimated infrastructure cost of around $200,000 for the total of construction and putting in the charging stations. This was relayed by Tim O'Neill, who is currently the head of the EV project for PG&E. So I took it as a fairly accurate estimate for now. And that left our total project cost just shy of $2 million. Next slide, please. Now, the good news on this $2 million price tag is that if correctly applied for and awarded, the Carl Moore grant, which is done by Bay Area Air Quality, would potentially cover our entire cost of buses as well as infrastructure. So we could be looking at a zero down switch to EV, as well as potential money back in the future following through with the PG&E EV fleet program, which would return around $26,000 in revenue as they do 50% of charger costs if followed for 5 years. Next slide, please. So here is a collection provided by PG&E and AZ buses on a basic overview, and we'll go into more detail on where these prices came from in the next couple slides. But potentially, as a district with as many buses as we do and the maintenance costs and everything that goes into them, we could be looking at a difference in about $2.7 million for running a completely EV fleet in comparison to the diesel fleet we currently have. So this $109,000 difference per year will be reflected on the next slide. Right there. And shows that over a 10-year span, we're gaining an immense amount of money back for the district and for other uses instead of pouring into our fossil fuel diesel buses, which are currently spend most of the time in the shop or not being used due to lack of drivers, as I understand. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So here's a total cost estimate. It does a comparison of vehicles, operations, you got fuel. It takes into account grants, constructions, and that was where I was able to determine the $2.7 million over 10 years in savings. You guys take a little look at that. And then next slide, please. So as far as this project goes, I'm very close to finishing the collection of information and applying for this grant. We were waiting on an accurate estimate of infrastructure costs, but if we're not able to get that by the time all the other information is secured, I'm going to go ahead and go with the estimate provided by PG&E, which should give us some room to play with. As I understand the amount of work necessary for our project based on where our transformers are and the entire scope of the construction is not as difficult as some other projects. So 200,000 was a kind of a soft estimate in terms of giving us space. And for the next steps, it would be to receive a board resolution with 4 board member signatures signing off on this project, as well as one other form for fleet compliance, checking that the information we've provided for our diesel buses is accurate for the information here at the district, and that would also require district signature. But once those are obtained, I hope to push in the application to Bay Area Air Quality by the end of December. And the time frame for that approval process is currently around 6 months, is what I've been told, which seems a little fast for the size of the grant and the project. But that would be very helpful as we are starting to get into a sort of time crunch in giving up our buses, whether or not we want to the state due to them being diesel and unusable. That basically concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Just before we go to board questions, I want to thank Matthew for all the work that you've done, which is clearly like mission-driven work. This is stuff that, as I understand from having met you, Matthew, before, you went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and you studied like space exploration and rocket engineering and this type of thing.
Yeah.
And you've come, is that right, Matthew?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you've come home because I understand you came up through this system. Is that right, Matthew?
I did.
So I'm extremely grateful to you for, number one, being so mission driven about giving back to your community, working with the HEAL project, Project HEAL, whatever you want to call it, right? And also being aligned with our mission of financial sustainability and environmental sustainability. And to frame this, and Matthew talked about this in the first slide, it is actually the truth that California mandates that we get rid of these dirty diesel buses. And so we have to replace. And so the question is just a cost benefit. Is it better to replace with new diesel, which is cleaner, or with electric? So the fact that there are incentives available to us, we could actually save money over time on fuel costs, on repairs, et cetera, and save, the local community all that diesel particulate. It's just fantastic. I'm very grateful to you, Matthew. I'm so fortunate that Amy Bono, the director of HEAL Project, introduced us and that we're able to work with you. I know Mr. Contreras, now joining from the City Council meeting, shares our appreciation and gratitude to you. And just to frame this for the board, again, this is kind of like one of those things where there's nothing to approve tonight. We wanted to give you sort of an update on Matthew's work. And then there will be the next steps of the resolution, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sean.
And thank you, Matthew. Thank you for the work you do for your community. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Before we get to the board, I want to reach out to the public and see if anyone has any comments on this board item, this agenda item. If you do, raise your hand now and Rosie will flip you into the meeting. We got a couple. Go ahead, Rosie.
First, I'm moving Stick Lane.
Thank you, Matthew, for that presentation. As been working here in the district now for 12 years, this is a really important thing with electric vehicles. And for me, who comes from Sweden, they're all city buses, everything is today electric. I just want to say thank you for your work. And this is something we need to continue to do and saving money for the district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stig.
Next, we have Christy Walker.
Hello. I just had a couple of questions. I was wondering, I noticed when you were talking about the types of buses you were looking at, that only a couple of them had wheelchair access. Is it possible to have all of them have that? And if also, does it only allow one wheelchair on the ones that do, or is it just, it has a wheelchair lift? Because I just wanted to make sure that it's, if we're buying new vehicles, we want them to be as inclusive as possible.
Absolutely. So it is my understanding that based on the necessities of the district and the information and data they've collected, that these buses most accurately encompass our needs currently. This was from maintenance staff, bus drivers, and district data from the past as well. So to my understanding, the 2 wheelchair buses would have wheelchair lifts. I do not know exactly how many wheelchairs that can accompany, but from what I've been told, that would cover all our need for our district.
I don't want to speak for Christy, but I think it's an important question. And knowing Christy as being an advocate for inclusion in the past, it's probably something we need to look at more deeply and see if the capacity would be to increase and bring that forward to the board. And I so appreciate Christy's question on that.
Thank you, Christy. That's a good point to look at.
Okay, that's all the comments we have from the public. So open it up to the board. I had a question. I can start us off. Oh, Kim, I see your, I just wondered, is it, the capacity isn't less than, I assume it's less than what we had before because we're not busing so much and we are in declining enrollment. So I assume we don't have a need for the capacity we had in the past. Is that correct?
That is correct. Currently, 4 of the 9 buses are those larger 80-seaters, but those a lot of times are decommissioned due to maintenance. And then the smaller buses, one runs on gas, and we'll have to see. That bus actually may stick around and not be used for the grant. It may not be necessary. But as far as the other diesel buses go, we would be having a smaller fleet, but this would allow for all the buses necessary to be used most accordingly, because as Jaime put it, a lot of the buses are not being driven due to lack of students as well as lack of drivers.
Thanks for that.
So basically just an extension of Mary Beth's question is, what do we anticipate usage? You know, I'm hearing, yes, it's less capacity is needed. What do we see the use of our current or the projected bus fleet for?
To my understanding, Kimberly, that would be providing access to field trips, which are the 2 80-seaters. Those would enable large groups of kids to still travel to some of the field trips that we are hosting as a district. And then the smaller section of the fleet, I believe the 4 other buses, would be in use mainly, I think even now it is for mentally handicapped, physically handicapped, is the primary use of our bus riders currently for the district. And I think it would in turn go back towards that and maintaining that we still have the busing necessary for our children here.
Thank you, Matthew.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the appreciation already expressed for the work that you're doing on this. It's very exciting, and it definitely extends the other stuff that we've done in terms of solar and environmental. And again, that bottom line of the whole intent of water and energy conservation also is to save that money in the longer term. So I really appreciate the work that you've done on this. It's really wonderful. And I just had a question about timing. You had said end of December, but we're not clearly meeting again until January. So making sure that we have a resolution in time for that whenever you need to apply for the grant. And then when are the diesel buses actually not allowed? And so do we have some flexibility in when we apply for this? I was just kind of curious on the timing of things. So.
Thank you, Freya. To answer your question, I believe 2023 is when our diesel buses will be scrapped. That gives us a little bit more time than we need, as the entire process could be around 1.5 years, but that is cutting it fairly close. So as far as when we would need the approval, the board paper signed, that could be January if necessary at the next meeting. It's just a matter of getting this application completed and in as quickly as possible to give us some leeway at the end and some timing. I also have taken the liberty to speak to one of the workers at AZ Buses who does the infrastructure. He helps plan as well as pick out chargers. And he made it clear that the part that could take the longest would be the construction on the back end of getting PG&E in accordance, having them come out, check the property, and make sure that construction is completed and the chargers are set up. So it could be we potentially have our buses, our fleet before that, which would in case be okay, because we could set up some sort of temporary charging as the infrastructure is finished. So it's just essentially important we get the application in at least a year ahead of when our buses would be scrapped to ensure that we will receive the fleet in time for that demolition. The infrastructure could potentially come after, but it would be really nice if we had those chargers up and running as those buses rolled in. That would be beautiful.
Great, thanks. And then just a question on the grant. Is it competitive? Is it difficult to get? Is it one of those things that kind of anyone who wants to at this point can? Do you have any sense of that yet?
Yes, to my sense, it is come apply as long as you're accurate, honest, and they don't find any shortcomings in your application with regards to routes, usage, and how much matter from the diesel buses is getting taken off the road. As long as you fill all these requirements, which to my knowledge so far we are, then it's not a very competitive process. It's mainly a here you go, we're awarding you your money, and please go get your electric buses right away.
Great, sounds exciting. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
It's the kind of grant we like, for sure. I just want to reiterate the thanks and the appreciation for all the reasons everyone stated so far. And I noticed on the, in terms of timing, I think just want to make sure also that we can follow through accurately, because in the memo, there's a reference to January 2023, the buses become obsolete. I don't know what exactly that means, but it would be a shame to miss any opportunities because of what you said about, the timing aspects as well. So I think it all sounds really great. Again, as Ms. Walker suggested, looking into the options for maximizing our wheelchair accessibility, I think is great. And it sounds like you're going to follow up on that. So yeah, I think it looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Great to see a graduate back.
Just to dovetail on this, remember when you approved the consent agenda tonight, you also approved the work that we need to do to get ready for applying for a grant for incentives for electrical vehicle chargers at Half Moon Bay High School, which is, as I understand it, from Mr. Contreras and Sizer Co., who is looking into that as part of the solar work. That would need the Half Moon Bay High School is the place where you have the critical mass, you have the greatest number of students and staff who possibly could use electrical vehicle chargers. Currently, we'll have to be talking about that too, is about where this would be placed as far as charging for vehicles, for the buses. So it's complicated work. I really appreciate Matthew helping us out in this and using his scientific kind of knowledge and grant writing thinking for us. But I'm excited and I'm thankful to Mr. Contreras and to you, Matthew, for the work you've done on this.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Matthew. We really appreciate all of your expertise and coming and helping us how to navigate, how to move through this application.
Well, I appreciate the advice and help you've given me, Jesus. Thank you very much.
I do have one more question, and I do appreciate all of this analysis and actually moving forward with the application. But just a curiosity, given our reduced usage, I'm guessing the smaller buses we would still be using fairly regularly. On the larger buses, is there any trade-off with renting buses as we need them?
Go ahead, Matthew.
In terms of if we were to lease buses specifically for the trips?
Yes.
Yeah, that is an option. From the way Jaime had explained things to me, I understood that it would be most helpful to have the buses on hand, and especially if we were able to, through the grant, receive these buses, where I do understand there could be some extra costs through maintenance or the 2 extra chargers or even storage problems. But I believe we have the space and the capacity to hold them. That could be something we look at, though, in terms of cost to hold those 2 buses and have those on site, or actually be renting the larger ones because they would not be getting the daily use in comparison to the smaller part of the fleet.
It definitely is something that we're going to have to look at right now. Matthew is helping us secure the vehicles, and then what size we end up with and what kind of configuration, that would be something that we would be finalizing later. But right now it is, how are we going to be turning in our diesel buses into electrical buses? That's our goal right now. And as we move forward with this, definitely, as it is more cost effective, if we're going to be renting the 80 seaters, then that might be an option. What we know for sure is that given the geography of our streets, the smaller buses to serve the population that we're serving right now will be the best, which are the fleet that Matthew is helping us secure. And then the other one will be, we are using it almost weekly, that we are in need of an 80 seater. And because we move a lot of our kids around, I was quite surprised to see us moving the 8 seaters as much as we actually are. And for a small district as we are, that tells all the wonderful activities that our children are exposed to going places. So it's good to get to. It's a good problem to have. So
all I can say is I look forward to not having to hear from Jesus and Jaime, oh my gosh, smog test, breakdown. I mean, this is sort of like something that we have to deal with. The state's making us deal with. And if we're going to do it, we might as well do it so that it's good for the planet, good for the triple bottom line, right? People, planet, and prosperity. Over time, it's got benefits to us financially, environmentally, and certainly, you know, there's always concerns in urban areas of asthma because of diesel particulate. And so we think it's good for the community too. So, okay, we look forward to next steps, Matthew.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Moving along, we have an action item coming up next, approval of first interim financial report fiscal year 2021-2022.
Rosie's got her hand up.
Yeah, can I recommend the curfew, because this item coming might be too long and we might have discussion.
Okay. So moved that we go past 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
So Mary Vet first and Sophia second. Thank you. And let's do roll call. Lisa?
Aye.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Take it away, Jesus.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. I'm in 2 meetings tonight, so I'm back in here and I'll go back. But I want to present to you as first interim, the good news, actually good news of what our status of our finances are. We have a few things to think about, but good news overall. On the next slide, I basically am just informing you and our educational partners, our stakeholders, of the status of the state of our finances as a point in time report that is going to be giving you an idea of where we are. One big thing to remember is that we are in this historical moment where there is all of this post-pandemic or through the pandemic resources to help us navigate all of the different things that we had to do for COVID-19. So we have had state dollars and federal dollars coming into our school districts nationwide and in our state. And that is what they are reflected. They all are reflected on this first interim. So these are all of the funding that we have received from July 1st and activities and expenditures from July 1st through October 31st. Okay, and our next step is just one graph that I want to let you know where we are at that first interim right now in December. And we are going to bring you in January the audit report from last year's closing of the books as we move towards a second interim, and then pretty soon June is coming here. So it's important in January to take into consideration that the budget that we need to consider for 22-23 will, but the governor is going to be bringing its proposal of budget in January as we continue in this cycle. First interim right now for 21-22 of the adopted budget that you adopted in June. The next slide is one that represents to you or describes what goes into the first interim report. The first interim report has assumptions that we get based on whatever the Department of Finance is telling us that are the latest news. The California Department of Education, and always with the guidance of FCMAT, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance, and always sanctioned by the San Mateo County Office of Education. So these assumptions are the ones that upon which we say, based on what we know from the Department of Finance, from CDE, from FCMAT, and guidance from FCMAT and FSMCOE, we present to you what we consider to be the numbers that are going to be in our multi-year projection. Now, after the next slide are some considerations that came with the AB 130 and AB 167. These two bills are very important because they represent the California budget for 21-22. Now, in that budget, which was signed into law in June, these are the most important things that were considered, or things to be keeping in mind. In here, we are the state for those districts that they took away all of the deferrals for those districts that are LCFF districts, and I'm going to go into that in a little bit also as a reminder. And there is also the whole notion of mega COLA 5.07. We also have in those AB 130 the establishment of an expanded learning program. We had gotten through AB 86 in the spring, which helped us reopening our schools. The state funding that established the first expanded learning opportunities that we brought that to you as a grant, and that you approved a plan that we had for those dollars. Now, also, there is the expanded learning opportunities program. This is a very ambitious funding mechanism that the governor is proposing to pour into $5 billion so that we expand the time that we have our students in our schools up to 9 hours daily. So for 21-22, we received the first apportionment of that expanded learning opportunities program, which is intended to be not as a one-time program, but a continuous program. And it's supposed to be by 25-26 to be fully funded. We received the first apportionment. Just want you to be aware that there is an expanded learning opportunities grant and the expanded learning opportunities program. The program is the ongoing dollars. The grant is the one that came in the spring and to which we brought a plan to you for approval. Also in the spring, we got another set of state dollars for the in-person instruction. And that also led us through the AB 130, which is the California budget. It set the availability and how we are going to be modifying, because of COVID-19, how we provide independent study. That is very important and very called out in the budget. Also in here is the notion of preparing for a universal transitional kindergarten. The reason why it is on the dawning of this is because as the January, we think that in the January proposed budget for the following year, there will be more about dollars committed to the universal transitional kindergarten. We also are looking at preparing for our next 22-23. How are we going to be implementing universal meal program? That is important, and we are working on that. It is called to be prepared, and our budget aligned to that. There are also considered considerable increases to the supplemental and concentration grants. Well, we only get supplemental grant. We don't get concentration grant. Why? Because the number of unduplicated students is not 55%. And I will be telling you in a second on another slide how our funding comes into us. And along with that, we also are planning for the pre-kinder implementation program. The board has authorized us to expand our pre-kindergarten program, and the back of hatch, we have begun work. We are in the middle of work to make sure that we are prepared for these opportunities. Also, we are looking into kitchen infrastructure grant. As you see, it is based on serving our students in an expanded way, not only the typical K-12 that we have known, but opening the opportunities to serve our students in another way. So that is what came with the budget, California budget through AB 130 and AB 167. So these are important things to keep in mind as we look into the numbers. But so the next slide is what considerations based on the Departments of Finance and FICMAT, CDE, SMCOE, and one of the think tanks, School Services of California. This is what all the districts have to look at. And then you may ask yourselves, why do you put in there the LCFF planning factors and the LCFF grade spans? That is because we have to calculate what is the revenue that we would be getting if we were to be an LCFF school district. So that is how we have to put into it all of our, based on our students, based on whom we serve, how we would be funded if we were an LCFF school district. So the next slide is more of the same numbers that determine how we are going to be funded and our calculations. To be in here, you see that our CalSTRS and CalPERS, those are the numbers that we have into our multi-year projections. You can see that over the last year and this year, we're getting a little bit of a break, but then those contributions will continue to grow back the way that they were in the past. So it's just for you to know the considerations that go into calculating what our LCFF would be. And it's clearer on the next slide, which provides us then with a cleaner idea of our LCFF entitlement versus the total funding that we will receive. Because we are a basic aid school district, it's called basic aid because the state is contributing is with a minimal amount per student. And that amounts to that yellow there. It's $1 million that we get as a basic aid. But then you can take a look into our property taxes. Those are the $28 million in there, which gives us a total funding of $30,313,000. Now, were we to be LCFF funded, once we get into all of our calculations, we come up with $20,570,000. You see the difference, but you also see how small the difference is in this year, during this year, from being a basic aid and LCFF. That is about $743,000 based on what we know now between being a basic aid or an LCFF school district. So we throw into the calculations into, what is it that the LCFF considerations and all of that data to come up with this. So this puts us at a basic aid status this year, based on what we know, and that 2% anticipation of increase. Then those are the numbers that we have. You can see that we think that we can continue to stay basic aid once we calculate our revenue with the LCFF, and we're, as I said, I mean, we continue to be basic aid, and because the amount of funding that we would get from our taxes, the total is bigger than that we would get if we were state funded. So it's important to always keep those how small. We're not deep into basic aid. This year were $743,000 basic aid this year. Next year we are a little bit more, 3.7 million. But then again, that's what you always hear me say. It's we're about 2 million on the edge over there. Okay, so our next slide is it says not certified because we're going to be certifying this in December. This is a CalPATS, clean, ready to submit for and confirm that these are the population of students we serve. We are at a total enrollment as of November 26th of 2,803 students. That's of those students, we have free and reduced meal students, 1,091. This, we call the CA 1.17, gives us a good idea of the numbers that go into the LCFF calculator to reflect the funding that we're going to be getting. But it also gives us a good idea of whom we are serving. Just want you to note that the unduplicated eligible students that participate in the free and reduced meals, it's about, it's 1,113 out of 2,800 students. That gives you a good idea of whom we are serving. And the total unduplicated students is 1,227 students. What's an unduplicated student? An unduplicated student is an English learner, one who participates in the free and reduced program, one who is an English learner counted only once. And the formulas that we put into the LCFF calculation respond to those numbers. So it's for you to see across our schools and across our district who we are serving. And our next slide then, it's another version of the same the taxes, the property taxes that we are expecting, and the whole notion that at 2% increase, this is what we are projecting to get as revenue in our, which is higher than the current calculation for LCFF. Now, what happens if in January the governor proposes that is going to be increasing the LCFF formula? Then that has the potential for narrowing our basic aid status. The district, it's anticipated that the state governor has about $10.5 billion because that could be coming into to be allocated across for the budget, for the upcoming budget, California budget. Just considerations and how our calculations could vary, could be modified. Now, with this information and what we have on the next slide is the multi-year projection that it keeps us with good reserves. With you see that there are unassigned reserves. It's at $5.3 million that this year. And if we continue spending the same way that we are spending with the same programs that we have, those would be slowly being eroding. I don't think eroding is the word I want. It will be decreasing just on that little by little. But one thing that I always highlight in here is our total surplus deficit. A total surplus deficit is one that it just gets puts our revenue against our expenditures, and then considering the contributions that we provide. You can see that those $500,000 is what we anticipate that is going to be a contribution for our cafeteria fund. Why? Because we have to prepare for a universal meals. It's good to have it in there. It's good to contemplate that we don't get any surprises. And if it is less than $500,000, so be it. But it's conservative to think that we are going to be feeding all of our children. We're going to be spending on whatever thing we need to spend, and that is what we are. It's a contribution at this moment. Will we ever go back to the moment where we are going to be making, or if not making a lot of money, at least not to have a contribution? That would be the goal, but I don't anticipate that it's going to be immediate. It's going to be immediate. So we also have contributions typically to serve our students with disabilities. So those are the biggest contributions that we are at this moment contemplating. So we still have a pretty healthy reserve that would help us take care of any surprises or anything that would come our way. So that's what and we are being kept in as a basic aid, as a community funded school district. So this is all the backup, and these are the highlights of the budget. First interim financial report to you, and in the next slide, we are basically letting you know that the legislative analysis, those of you who have been following those, the outlook is very optimistic, is very good, but we still need to be always keep vigilant of the notion that we are a basic school district, and that depending on what happens, our basic school district can narrow some, or maybe we can get deeper into basic aid. So with this information, we're asking that you approve the 21-22 first interim report with a positive certification. Any questions?
Thank you, Jesus. Since this is an action item, I'd like to get a motion in a second, and then we'll hear if there's any comments from the public before our discussion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Oh,
go ahead.
I'll take Kim.
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia.
If the public, I want to invite the public, if you have any comments on this agenda item, if you could raise your hand, and Rosie will move you in so you can make a comment. Okay, I don't see anyone. If one comes up, Rosie, let me know. Open it up for board discussion, questions for Jesus.
Hey, Jesus, thanks so much for the presentation and all the detailed information, particularly about some of those new grants and other stuff. That was very interesting to hear about. Love to hear more about the kitchen facilities at some point. But my main question was about, there was one slide where you had the LCFF numbers and you showed how much in basic aid we were this year, and then in the next year we were going to be way more in basic aid. But you had a decrease in LCFF numbers from 29 million to 27, I think, on that. But then on your 3-year out, you have an increase each year in the LCFF. And so I was just curious what the difference in calculation was there, and why there was a decrease in that first slide from I think it was 29 to 27, where that decrease came from. Was that because of one-time funds, or?
That's the taxes that we were able to keep. That is when we first turned into basic aid, and there's that $2 million that we had. If it is that I am thinking of right now, referring to. Rosie, do you want to go back, and then we can make sure to back to the presentation?
So it was the one that kind of did the basic aid description, like how, so next year and the year after we'll still be in basic aid, but we'll be more in basic aid? will be 3.5 million in basic aid versus right now we're 750,000 in basic aid. It was that slide.
Okay.
Um,
So
this one.
this one. Okay.
So what I was just curious about, so the total funding we're getting is this 30 million, 30.8, and it's increasing because our property taxes are increasing. And then you said that LCFF entitlement went from 29, then went to 27. So it seemed like that's how we got this. We were further in basic aid potentially next year. So I was just curious why this one went from 29 million to 27, whereas in our 3-year thing, it looked like LCFF funds. Oh, those were, in that one, those were our funds increasing every year. So why does the state LCFF fund here go from 29 to 27? Is it because of one-time funding for LCFF? Or?
It's a compounded thing. But the biggest thing in here is that in 21-22, what went into this first interim is what we got from the county at P1 in November last month. What we got in there was a flat non-increasing of 2% as we had expected. So from P2 of last year to this year, to P2 is in the spring, to this November P1, we did not get those 2% increase. That's about $527,000 that we did not account in here. Will that change at P2? It is possible that at P2, those are higher dollars. But right now, the county gave us the numbers that said like, okay, at P1, that did not increase. That's the first thing. The second thing is that for the ADA that we had been collecting during the pandemic, independently of how many students we were serving, it was 2,996 students. That is that we were held harmless at for almost 3 years. So that is the second part of that. And 22-23 is built with our actual students, with what we project as number of students, because this next year, we will not be having the hold harmless of the same ADA that we had been getting. You have been hearing about the cliff, right? That's what they refer as the cliff, that there are going to be some school districts that when they go back to the number of students that they were serving instead of what they were being funded on, that they would have that. So those are the two major things.
But then what that does for us is it pushes us further into basic aid, basically.
Correctly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Correctly. So if we could stay in basic aid, you can see it jumping. We have less students and same funding.
Of course, the problem with that is if you have fewer students and if the state winds up funding us more and we go back to local control funding formula, then you have a different kind of problem.
Mm-hmm. No, but if the state's funding us more, we'll still be more because unless our property taxes were to dip suddenly,
right?
Because it would always has to be in relative to the amount of property taxes.
There's that balance in there.
It's the balance, yeah. Because if we don't hit that 2%, if I understand correctly, we didn't hit that 2%. We didn't hit our expectations this time, right? This is kind of
the anticipated.
You can explain that. I know it's not our forecasts aren't as high as we thought they were on the property taxes. It's a little bit less. So that 2% is really there's a large variability in terms of what that could be.
Right, but you're correct. If we increase our taxes go the way we want, then we would be $3.some million.
Yeah.
Deeper into basic aid.
Look, I think a lot of the times too, Mr. Contreras, works with the county office to make projections. They're conservative projections. Then we hear people saying you're being too conservative. And then the projections come out right where they were projected, or in this case, below. And so there's a reason why there's conservative projections. On the other hand, this is a way better story, as Mr. Jesus started the story, than it was when he was hired in the district 2 years ago. You know, I mean, it's so different, but it doesn't mean we're completely rolling in cash. We're not deep basic aid districts like over the hill. And, you know, gives you an idea of what the county says we can expect as far as funding.
2 years ago, it was 2.6 million cuts at the same time.
So we don't want to go back there.
You don't need to remind us.
Say like post-traumatic stress.
We don't want to go grateful. Back. I'm grateful that we are where we
thank
are.
you for keeping us here in a good place, not so cushy that we're not spending money what we need to spend it on. But, also we don't want to be living on the wire and having kind of that looming over us and knowing we're going to, anything comes up. $2 million sounds like a lot, but in the context of the school budget in California, it's like it could change tomorrow overnight. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have some increases in LCFF funding in January, which would be great for 95% of the districts in California. But those of us in San Mateo County that are battling the high cost of living and don't have that adjustment is tough. So thank you for the explanation too of all those dynamics and how it works. That's really helpful. So just going back to your kind of the money slide, if you will, like the overall, the big table. And I think you might have made this, but I want to make sure I understand. We're deficit spending every year on that chart. A couple more, maybe one or two more. That one, yeah. So if we look at the total surplus deficit, it's
the method in here is that you take your anticipated revenue, your anticipated expenses, plus your contributions, and then that's what it brings us in here. So the magic will be when we can get all of our revenue much larger than our expenditures and included our contributions, and then get all this in black. That would be our goal, our long-term goal.
Yeah, makes sense. Just going back to some notes. I'll open to others if they have questions. I'm just going back to my notes.
So go ahead, Kim.
Okay, so I just wanted to, in terms of understand where the STRS and PERS increase is coming in. That's on that benefits line. Is that correct?
Right. Yes. Proceed the first considerations.
Just on that topic, I know legislatively they talked about a more complete fix on that increase, and it sounds like there was some relief, but then it's not complete. Is there any more legislative talk about making that an actual fix? And maybe that's where you were going, I don't know.
Jesus knows more about the details, but we're going to the Capital Advisors January budget overview, which is when, Capital Advisors, School Services of California, these folks tell us what the future holds. January 10th is when Governor Newsom gives his budget. Then he wrestles it out with the legislature until May or June. But there is a big push right now from Association of California School Administrators, and Legislative Analyst Office, I think, has talked about this too, which is if you have this windfall of revenue in the state, why wouldn't you try to address two big issues that really impact us as districts? One is the increasing pension costs. The increasing pension costs have been to employees and then it flattened out, which is terrible for employees. Because again, like Stig Lynn was talking about at the top of the meeting at 6:30 or whatever, you sort of get increased money, but then you have increased pension costs for an employee. But then there's a double whammy because the district also is having to pay more pension costs, which means we don't have more money that we can spend on services, programs, and salaries and benefits. And so, yes, there is talk, Freya, of the legislature maybe doing something to provide more pension relief. And I hear today that Joe Biden is talking about laws that would address the pension reform that happened, gosh, when is that, a decade ago in the state? So that would help us as a district. If we had fewer pension costs, then we could give more money to program services, benefits, and salaries.
And even just more stable, like if it just stayed at a certain number versus this constant every year, 3 or 4% up. But yeah, okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you.
And then,
oh, go ahead, Kim.
I was going to ask, it really had to do with the last slide. Can you talk to what your assumptions were on related to our salary schedules?
So the based on the reserves that we have, and the salary schedules, that's all that we would have really to operate out of. And then one thing that I would always want to demystify is the whole notion that 3% that we are required is anything. I don't really know where that 3%, how it was set at 3%, because it really does not give us 2 months of salaries. So, but
we can't use it anyway. So
right. So 3% in the and there is like minimal, really minimal. What we really have is unassigned.
Okay, so yeah, I was just clarifying because if you look at what the projections are based on what you've presented, that does not account for any changes based on what the salary packages that are being negotiated.
Right, but what we do have also is the whole notion of into the second or third year coming back, because we came back last spring. This is our full year, and we need to begin our staffing exercises for next year in January and February. So we need to start looking into how our programs are going to be staffed. How many teachers we're going to be getting, how many services we're going to continue to have, how many, so continue to build our 22-23 school year and make the adjustments that we would need to make based on the students that we serve.
So my question is kind of around that, Jesus, is I know we have a lot of open positions right now, as do most school districts in the country. Is there any kind of placeholders in there for that? Or is that just once we hire them, then we'll see it come out then? There's nothing placeholdering that, correct?
So the best way would be, once we look at the number of students that we have, independently of whom we would need to have, then within the range of salaries, then that gives us an idea of how to fund or how to budget for the program.
And you do that in January?
No, we begin the staffing process for the next year in January, and then by March and April, it's getting to know what the numbers are going to be so that we can bring you in June a budget based on those assumptions.
Okay, so we see that in June. Okay.
Yeah, you see that in June, yes.
Well, remember also that on a personnel level, we have to do our reductions in force by March 15.
Right.
So that's why we start looking at January to say, okay, how many students do we have? How are they configured? What are the class sizes? What are the needs for the teachers? This year, We overstaffed in some regards because of COVID and because we didn't know how many people would necessarily come back. We did see a drop compared to the demographer's report. He had projected this October that we would have a certain number of students, and it was 60 fewer. We don't know if that's because of COVID. We don't know why that is, but projections are only projections. So as we have declining enrollment, you have declining needs for staff. So there will be some attrition, there will be some retirements, and we will move people around. But Mr. Contreras, of course, is very interested as a CBO, as he should be, in making sure that we're running efficiently, because that could help address our deficit spending too. If I get that right, Jesus, if we're saving money on wasted staff, I don't mean wasted staff, I mean staff that we don't need if we can run efficiently. But running efficiently can be very difficult in a high school and a middle school because of the way that schedules are. It's easier in elementary school because it's 25-1, but these are the trade-offs. Are you going to be, because somebody else will say, well, I want smaller class size, or we have to have that class there. There's a lot of factors.
That's
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it is just when you're doing all those exercises, then it's okay. What is it that we value, and what are we going to be keeping at what levels? So the master schedules then reflect the values of the community, the values of our schools.
Typically, those values are played out both in decisions by the board, but also those values are already codified in our contracts regarding class size. So we've come to a place where these are the, it's 24-1 in grades K3 and 34-1 in grades 4-5 and 6-12, 35-1, with certain amounts of students that can be seen per day. And that starts to constrain you and says you have to staff this way. And so those are rules then that we have to follow. And then those are the costs. And then you sort of try to staff efficiently so that you can save. I mean, if you look at it, deficit spending as $500,000, is it $500,000, Jesus, those deficit spending numbers? If you saw that, you were going to lose 5 teachers, you didn't have to replace them because you staffed efficiently and you configured your schools appropriately, you could address some of that deficit spending. So that's the thing. There's an efficiency exercise, and then there's sustainability.
That's our January through March work so that we can bring you in the...
And to Mary Beth's point, if you have vacancies, but if all of a sudden you say, okay, we had vacancies, like many districts did, as you mentioned, but then you configure differently, oh, well, maybe we could actually have configured next year. COVID's over, we're back in school, where you run more efficiently with the staff you have as opposed to how it's configured now. We could have closed some classes this year. We did not because school had started. People had set up, so there's some moves there, but.
So to clarify then, if we have positions open right now, like as of today, you go to EdJoin, there's a certain number of positions there. Are those positions currently reflected in the budget?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And that makes sense. And that's what I just wanted to make sure, because otherwise you wouldn't have opened them if you didn't budget them.
Yes.
Okay. And then the point Sean's raising is in the future, we might say, oh, we don't need all 40 of those or 30, whatever the number is. We could have some savings in the future, but right now those are reflected in the budget. Okay, good. That's really helpful. Yes. I was sensing a disconnect, so I wanted to make.
But remember too, that if you have some vacancies, remember they may be listed as vacancies because we're trying to hire permanent people to place them. But if you have long-term subs there are costs attached to that too.
So that's like a dish. Yeah. So that's kind of like taking some of the costs that you would be spending on the permanent employees, right? But it's maybe more expensive or maybe not as expensive. It gets a little messy for sure. That makes sense. Okay. My other question is about what else is included here, because I know we're going to be phasing in more TK kids over time. And I don't know how the funding is going to work with pre-K and TK, that I'm not clear on yet. But are your enrollment numbers including more TK kids? it probably won't be that many, I guess.
No, there is not considerably the number.
Yeah, it's probably just budget dust.
Because in January is when we get to know more about who our new clients are going to be.
Yeah.
But the other thing about the TK2 is remember that is even a lower class size.
So they're expensive. Yeah, that makes sense. So they're not as many, but they're more expensive. That makes a lot of sense. It's because isn't it like 12 to 1 or something?
In 12 to 1 and then 10 to 1.
Yeah, so it's almost double the cost, if you will. I mean, if you were to go just gross numbers, but.
Then you have to go back to the legislature and see how is that defined? Is that to adults, that ways to configure that?
Yeah.
Teacher and another adult, to teachers, a morning teacher, an afternoon teacher, and they team. There's several configurations.
We have some options. Okay.
Yeah.
My last question then on that is, well, not that exactly, but what's budgeted. I remember when we were going through the LCAP, you had talked during that point about there are things that we're doing right now through pandemic relief funding that we're going to want to continue to do afterwards. And we're going to want to start to put some placeholders to LCAP them later. To what extent have we started to put in some high level placeholders around, let's say we're spending each year over the next few years, $2 to $3 million, I don't know, each year in pandemic relief, or $1 million, or I'm guessing it's probably around 2, because I think it's maybe around 6 that we have total over the next couple of years. Like if we're spending $2 million a year, like what is are we starting to put placeholders in there for things that we want to pay out of our LCFF?
So Martha, Leticia, and I, continuously work on that. So what is it? What services are we going to LCAP?
Yeah.
When this funding goes, what is it that we will have learned? What data tells us that what services are we going to be then providing?
Yeah.
With us, with a $2.3 million, I always say 2.3 because that's what it has been lately.
Yeah.
What can we do with those dollars on services?
And so far that's not really reflected in the budget yet, right? Because you're still kind of trying to figure it out.
It is in the budget because we're spending other one-time dollars now to run some of those programs. So once we say those no longer are going to be part of those one-time because it is a proven mechanism of support, now we're going to be putting them into the LCAP because it's something important for our children.
Okay, so
it's not allocated yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Makes sense. Thank you. I'm done.
I've got a question about the loan that we authorized. I mean, when I was looking at it, it looks like we did, in fact, take the loan. I think we barely got through October by the skin of our teeth, and we took the loan in November. Was it a 4 million? I can't.
2 million.
How much?
2 million.
2 million. Okay. Yeah. And then will we have to do it again in April?
No. We can
float after that. So it's just the fall every year that you're worried about.
The fall for the basic aid school district without all of the that's where it is.
Okay. So 2 million.
Cash flow.
2 million short on our cash flow in
right.
Okay. And I assume that will probably happen again this fall, or you?
More than likely. So see, I came and asked you, may I borrow 4 million? And then after all, it was only 2.some million. But when I come and ask you to borrow.
So you're probably going to come ask us again.
Right.
Coming up next year.
I borrow again for the October and November.
Okay.
Mr. Contreras.
We can't get through it yet, sounds like.
Mr. Contreras is always going to mitigate your risk. You've got to pay people.
Yeah.
You got to pay your bills.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to pay people. Payroll.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Jesus. We need to vote. We need to do a roll call here. Make sure we're all on board with this. Rosie, please.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Lisa?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
For the notes, you just approved a positive budget certification. Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Thank you. Thank you, taxpayers of the coast side. And so now, thank you.
You're trying to spend your money carefully.
Indeed.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to my other meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you.
Okay, onward. We have another action item, nominations of CSBA's Delegate Assembly for the 2022 through 2024 term. Sean, you introducing this?
Yeah, I can present on this. I'm not going to have the memo brought up or all the forms brought up, but boards have the opportunity to nominate a CSBA delegate, as I understand it. Sophia, actually, if I'm not mistaken, last year was asked to fill a vacancy. Is that right, Sophia?
Yes, for our region, we had somebody that was appointed to a special new position, which was for API representation across the state. And so I was selected and appointed by the regional director based on recommendations from other stakeholders at the county region level to serve in that role. So I've been in an appointed position for the past year or so, I want to say, and this relates to the delegate assembly that I referred to earlier in a lot of these conversations that we've been having around advocacy and such. So this I'm happy to throw my hat in again to basically the process, as you've kind of alluded, Sean, is boards have the opportunity to make nominations. Those nominees would then be up for election across the whole district. We all might remember previously we kind of do this. I don't remember if it was every year or every 2 years, to be honest. I don't recall the duration of the term, but it's a region-wide election for whoever is on the ballot.
It is a 2-year term.
Okay.
The board tonight has to decide whether or not you're going to nominate a member, any of you. Sophia currently serves in a delegate spot. I just heard her voice that she's interested in doing so. The ask for action tonight is, does this board want to nominate a member? And then I think elections happen this spring, but we have to do it now because January 7th is the deadline. So this is your last minute to do it.
Okay, so we would need, if someone wants to nominate someone, we will need a motion and a second, then we'll take any public comment on it, and then we'll have discussion.
I'll make a motion to nominate Sophia Lane for the delegate.
I'll second.
Great. Do we have any public comments on this board item? Doesn't look like we have any. I want to open up to the board for any discussion.
Just, good luck. I hope you win. And it's exciting that you're interested in taking on that next level of responsibility. And so basically what you're saying is you're going to go and you're going to get us a lot more money. Okay, just clarify what I'm voting for here today.
I'm working on it, girlfriend.
Thank you.
We're working on it. We have a really great team of delegates, and I think it's actually pretty hopeful. I'm glad also to put Cabrillo, have Cabrillo be represented at that group. I think that's also really important, and so I'm happy to continue doing so. And we have really good momentum with this group. And I had some really great conversations with advocates, Dennis Myers and Erica at our federal. Dennis does a lot of the advocacy, but Erica also does the federal advocacy. And I think we're making good progress. So I'm happy to continue.
Thank you for pitching in on that effort. It's really valuable.
Yeah, thanks, Sophia. Okay.
You'll need a vote, I believe.
Mhm. Rosie, please.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya, Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Next item on our agenda is around our governing board organization. This is the time of year where we're switching offices for the new year. So we need to elect new governing board officers. And so we're going to do the president, vice president, clerk, and secretary to the board. Sean, you have any comments you want to make around this?
Yeah, I mean, just for the public and for you all, this was all covered in the memo covering this. You have a board bylaw 9100. Typically, the vice president assumes the presidency, the clerk assumes the vice presidency, and then the board nominates and elects a clerk. So, and then the superintendent serves as secretary. I could never do this without Rosie. But, you know, I serve as the title. I always want to give my proper respect to my work colleague. Yeah, I think it's just about a nomination from you. You know the drill. You've done this before. You did it last year and the year before and the year before that. So, you know, the 9100 would state that the vice president becomes president unless the vice president decides they don't want to be president. The board bylaw says that. It says that the clerk becomes the vice president, and then you nominate a clerk and elect a clerk. So I would suggest that you would ask for a nomination to those ends.
And the clerk will be whoever hasn't held office the longest, the longest amount of time.
It is not clear, but typically, as I understand it, the rotation has just kept going.
Right, okay.
But that's been standard
I think it has something to do with the votes and stuff too, but I think either way, it works out to the same person.
You can entertain a motion however you want to entertain a motion, as long as the vice president becomes president, assuming the vice president wants to become president, and that the clerk becomes vice president, assuming that's the case.
Okay, let's start with president. I need a motion and a second nominating someone for president.
Nominate Mary Beth. Sorry. Go ahead. I make a motion to nominate Mary Beth Alexander for president.
Second.
Sorry, we were just both really excited to do that.
Thank you.
And to let Lizette off the pandemic hook into phase 3 of pandemic or whatever it is we're entering now.
And a thank you to Lizette for all of the work that she's done over this last year. And
yes,
sorry,
here.
Thank
you, Lizette.
And running, but yeah.
So do we vote after each one, Rosie? Do roll call? Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no public comment on this?
I haven't seen a.
Okay, if any public has a comment, raise your hands now. We'll get you about any of this. Okay, go ahead, Rosie.
Lizette?
She doesn't want to abdicate. Real quick before we vote, I just also want to remind people that, oh, sorry, Lizette.
Thank you.
Oh.
Go ahead,
You're good, Freya?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a yes from Lizette. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. I'm going to be following this order of roll call because I already have them pre-written. We'll change it for next board meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Freya, you good? I feel like you want to say something.
Well, I just wanted to, and Sean mentioned this already, that we're doing this also by the bylaw, but I want to kind of mention the reasons for for having a bylaw like that, which was that there was a period of time where one person was a president for 10 years, and it just creates a different sense of power amongst the board. And so I just want to remind the public that one of the reasons why we adopted the bylaw was we already had that practice, but we also wanted to institutionalize the idea that we, even though one of us is president or vice president or clerk for any 1 year, that really it takes all 5 of us to govern, and that we want that to be equal. And that's why we adopted that bylaw. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that.
Great.
I do think it's an egalitarian process. And I do think it sort of is a share the wealth, share the burden, because being a president is, and being a vice president, being a clerk, all have responsibilities. So, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to vice president. I need a motion and a second.
I nominate Freya for vice president.
I second. Oh,
okay.
Sorry, Mary Beth.
Yeah. Oh, so it takes Sophia or Mary Beth?
Take
Okay,
Sophia,
thank you.
it's fine. Yep.
Comments?
Comments, anyone? Okay,
Okay.
roll it.
Let's move to roll call. Lisa?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Any comments? We're good? Okay, moving on to clerk. Motion and a second. I can nominate Sophia Lane, right? For clerk of the governing board. I make a motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Rosie.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary to the board, motion and a second, please.
I move to nominate Sean McFetridge as our secretary.
I'll second.
I was gonna say.
Thank you. Lisa?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Okay, now we need to do the authorization of the president, vice president, clerk to the governing board, and or secretary as signatories for the governing board. I need a motion and a second, please, for this item.
So moved.
I'll take Kimberly and second Freya.
Any discussions? Okay, roll call, please, Rosie.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Phew, a lot of voting. Okay, moving on. Yay, congratulations, everybody. Moving on, approval of the schedule of our regular governing board meetings for the year 2022.
So typically the board is the second Thursday of the month, if I'm getting that right, the board meeting. And sometimes there are not an ability to meet on those days. And we provided the board and public with a schedule of regular governing board meetings for 2022. And to be honest, this is about Rosie looking at what those dates are, usually the second Thursday, and then adjusting them in cases where the second Thursday won't work because of practicalities, right? So like, for example, Thursday, January 20th, if we did it on the second Thursday, we wouldn't have the time to come back on the 3rd or 4th. And already that's sort of like a compressed time schedule. This night, as you know, was a Tuesday, not a Thursday, but we do that typically in December. That meeting is weird because we have a December 15th deadline to submit for our budget, our first interim budget, which reminds me, now that you're president, Mary Beth, I need a signature from you tomorrow to get our budget into the county.
$5, maybe $5. Okay.
$5? Okay. I think that's probably a gift of taxpayer funds, but I'll pay you personally. So anyway, so January 20th, April 21st, June 23rd, because there's 2 meetings in June traditionally, and December 13th are not the second Thursdays of the month. Otherwise, we would recommend approval of this schedule of regular governing board meetings. People have asked the question, well, what about not regular governing board meetings? Those are up for grabs, and we usually do that based on scheduling availability of the board and the timing of the district.
Just to clarify, our board bylaw says that we can hold meetings on the 2nd or the 3rd, but our practice and our tradition is to hold it on the 2nd Thursday of the month. But we are allowed for our bylaw.
But again, I think that's important to know. So that gives you some space to move. But the other reason why we present the schedule too is because this is standard practice in a district to say we will have regular governing board meetings, because that way the public knows, okay, for the year, this is what's going to happen. If those regular governing board meetings have to be rescheduled, you announce that. But typically this is sort of going to be our cadence and rhythm for the year ahead.
Okay, this is an action item, so let me get a motion in a second, and then we'll open it up for public comments and then board discussion. Could I have a motion in a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
If anyone from the public has any comments, please raise your hand and Rosie can move you in so you can speak. As far as board discussion goes, I know I was asking you about this, Sean. I just had a question about the December 13th meeting. I know we have to hit that, we have to do it before the 15th, but is it that we wanted, because the second day of the month is the 8th. Go ahead.
It has to be after the second Friday?
It has to be after the second Friday.
Yes, and that is in case we have new board members. The board members won't become affected until the second Friday. And then we also have that December 15th deadline. So if we want to have just one meeting in December, that's why we need to have it after the second, before the 15th.
Got it. Well, that is my birthday. So I did want to try to see, and I just spent my birthday yesterday in closed session. So
I did not know that.
I didn't have a special reason.
Maybe we'll be in person and we can bring cake.
You can also have it on.
Make it up worth it. I'm there.
You could do it on the Monday, right?
We can do it on Monday or Wednesday.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
It'll be your birthday gift that you'll be moving away from the presidency.
That would be a great gift. Hand it over.
We can move it if we want, Mary Beth.
It's fine. I'll just do my birthday another night. It's fine.
It appears we have a raised hand.
Oh, we do.
Dick Lane?
Yes. Good evening, people. I've spoken like this is my third time tonight. And first, I want to congratulate Mary Beth. Yeah, you're excellent. You're going to be an excellent president. And I want to thank Lisette also for what she have done for the last year. First Hispanic president of the school board. I want to acknowledge that. And I was just looking at this schedule tonight, and I see you're trying to do this. I do that myself. Every month or year, I need to schedule how we do the schedule for our board meetings for our unions. So I totally understand what you're doing. But I just wanted to acknowledge that I acknowledge what you're doing, and that it's hard to get the schedules in for everyone so it fits everyone. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
It is challenging. It's always challenging to try to schedule meetings. And so that's why we try to come up with a regular schedule at the beginning of the year, and then knowing that we also have other special meetings too.
Okay. Anything else, anyone? These all look okay? Okay, roll call, please. Rosie.
Beth?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Next action item is designation of governing board representatives to district created committees and other committees, commissions for the year 2022.
So this is pro forma standard practice for us every year. We're looking at committees over the years. The past couple of years, you've added committees. One thing that you will see on this report that we don't have the real estate committee anymore on this, and that is because Mary Beth and Kim, had served on a real estate committee in the past. But since we have now retained real estate advisors, there's no longer a need for that ad hoc or that appointed committee, because now those advisors can come to closed session to present to you in closed session on real estate negotiations matters, or can come to special meetings to present to the board as a whole. But just to go through these committees and liaisons, and you have the opportunity to change up on tonight, but we kind of put this in as placeholders. The San Mateo County Committee on School District Organization, as I understand it, has been a committee talking about sort of what we spent so much of the earlier part of the meeting on, trustee areas and the like. Freya, you've served on that committee. I don't know if they're dissolving that committee or not.
It's basically a once a year meeting. There's an actual committee that gets elected, but then when once a year, there's some business that everybody kind of needs. They need to have a quorum of all the representative districts. So it's really a 1 year meeting. It's only about an hour. And from that, you could ask to be elected to the San Mateo County, like actual committee, like the one that really makes the decisions. But that's just if you're interested in that. Like I voted on the ones that would be in that committee the last time we had the meeting. So it's a once a year meeting. And I'm happy to stay on it, although the meeting normally is in November. So, I mean, if Sophia's the backup or someone else, if for some reason I'm no longer, I don't know how that works.
Okay, so we'll keep you on as the board member because you've done it and have that institutional knowledge. And last year, Sophia said she would be a backup, and I'm assuming that's okay. Sophia, good. Then the Career Technical Education Advisory Committee, by law, you have to have a CTE advisory committee. It's made up of numerous community members. Freya and Lizette, you guys have served on that. We just kept that rolling.
Yeah, I really enjoy going to those different advisory committee meetings. It's so exciting to hear about what we're working on. So I would like to stay if that's possible.
And Lizette, unless I see you chat or speak up, we're going to just keep rolling with this. City District 2+2 Committee. Actually, because of COVID last year, that committee was not called back together, but I know that we have intentions of hopefully doing so in 2022. And I think particularly there might be some issues like workforce housing that we've been discussing with the city where that might come up. And now we're going to present an MOU about city use of district facilities. We talked about that 2 years ago, and that's actually in planning stages right now. So we have Lizette and Mary Beth on that, but carry over from last year. And CSBA and legislative action representatives, Freya and Kim, have done this historically. That's why we put that there. Let me just roll through this and then you guys.
Hold on, Lizette's trying to say something.
Go ahead.
It's me, Sean, Rosie.
Rosie.
I remember on this District City 2x2 committee that they asked to be the president and the vice president. I don't know if we want to do that or just continue with the same members.
Oh, no, that is correct. In the past, we have done it that way. That's why Lizette and Mary Beth were on there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so would we want to? Yes, I think that would be a change. We would need to have Mary Beth and Freya there.
I'm fine with that if that's
Okay.
I'm not in the city district's limits, but I don't know if that matters for this because it's about.
I don't think it does because
it's about relationship between the district and the city. So
that's right. It's not about Half Moon Bay. Okay, we will change that to Mary Beth and Freya to represent President. Thank you, Rosie, for catching that.
I would prefer not to do the legislative action, the CSBA things. I don't know if maybe Sophia with her role in CSBA is interested. We didn't do much last year anyways, but
I'm fine to do that. It really does play well with the other stuff anyway. So it's just like that one legislative action day right? There's also a trip. There's also an event in Washington, D.C. I in the back of my mind that tends to overcommit itself on these things, contemplating. But
I've been thinking about it too. It looks pretty cool, actually.
I think it's a great opportunity for California to be seen in Washington, D.C. more. So it's kind of like thinking about it from that perspective too. I don't think, and I think there are opportunities to advocate, especially around the special ed funding mandate and having more support there. And there's actually some opportunities on that. We'll probably get action alerts from CSBA on soon, hopefully. So yeah, we'll see. But I'm happy to do I guess it's CSBA legislative action.
Well, nothing would preclude any member from going, to advocate, but it's just a matter of how you guys want to sort this out. Sometimes a board wants to look at this and say, wow, I'm doing all this stuff. I'll step off of this. Somebody else has an interest. I can't answer these questions for you.
Yeah.
Well, Kim, do you still want to do it? Is anybody else interested? So those are kind of.
I absolutely do want to do it. I've appreciated being in person at those legislative action days. And I believe that there's still more that we can do at the state level to potentially impact funding. So we don't always have to save ourselves locally. And that there needs to be more equity statewide. So,
and then maybe if anyone else is just interested in that in the future, you both could communicate when stuff comes up, and if Mary Beth or Lizette or someone else was interested in something in particular.
Yeah, and typically CSBA will invite everybody. I don't think there's a limitation to how many people can attend because it's like meeting the legislature. You guys know, so it's not like we're not going to be discussing board stuff. So I don't think there's a particular limit to how many of us can attend anyway. So if others want to attend, I think it's fine. But this way I think of it as like at least 2 of us will be there. Yes. And if more want to be, it's more like the minimum of us that can be there.
Okay, moving on, District English Learner Advisory Committee. Lizette has served in this role for a long time. Sophia, you had voiced interest as a backup last year. That's why we put those names there.
I'm fine continuing to be the backup for Lizette and always just there if she can't make it to be there. I think Spanish language helps with those meetings because they're conducted in Spanish. So I think it probably makes sense for Lizette to be our primary representative if she's still fine with that. Unless she doesn't have much of a voice right now, physical voice.
Okay.
But I'm not aware of any. I don't expect she would have any concerns. I don't know, Lizette, you can chat if you have any issues with any of this. Otherwise, we're just going to sign you up.
Okay. And Environmental Sustainability Committee, Freya and Lizette have been serving on that for the last year. That's why we
keep doing it if that's possible.
Okay. Budget Advisory Committee, last year was Mary Beth Alexander and Sophia Lane. Don't know if you guys want to change up or not.
I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm fine to continue.
Latino Roundtable, Sophia Lane and Lizette Cortez, same thing last year. You guys have been invited to these meetings. meeting with different representatives about issues, particularly for Latino representation in the district?
Yep, I'm happy to continue.
LGBTQ roundtable. Sophia, you had voiced interest in that last year. Work we do with Coast Pride and other partners.
Yeah, and I think the roundtable is evolving, and we'll see what it ends up. But I think just having kind of connection with Coast Pride at the board level, I think is great. If anyone else wants
a second person on it?
Yeah, it's not like an official signed thing, but it's mostly about just being proactive to stay in touch with Coast Pride folks and going to their events, making sure we're connected, just being engaged with them. I think it'd be great to have another person as well.
Kim, did you want to be a second on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So like I said, it's mostly like just keeping up with what they're doing, signing up for newsletters and checking in and just being present. And it's not, I don't know that it's formally going to be run as a roundtable right now, but just kind of connecting with Coast Pride.
Then Parent Teacher Organization Alliance is a monthly meeting. Mary Beth and Sophia have been doing that.
Fine, continuing.
I'm fine unless, someone else has a desire.
San Mateo School Board Association, again, Mary Beth and Sophia have been doing that this last year.
Happy to continue.
I'm fine, and that relates also to the delegate stuff I've been doing. So some of these are a little overlapping in that way.
And Visual and Performing Arts Committee, Kim and Lizette have been doing this the last year.
Happy to continue.
Okay, I would recommend that you don't move every single one, but you do it en banc, the whole thing.
So let's get a motion in a second and then we'll discuss. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Second.
I'll second.
If anyone from the public has any comments, please raise your hand. Rosie will get you in. So the only one we took off was the real estate committee, I think. Is there anything else we need to add on? I mean, it looks okay to me.
That's a lot of committees.
Okay. Any other discussion? Otherwise, we'll vote. Rosie, can you roll? Go ahead.
Lizette?
Aye.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Moving on, review of the annual remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits of board members. Sean?
Yeah, if I can speak to this, I think it was last year. We talked about it 2 years ago, and then last year we changed this. First of all, because time's going to get to the end, and then you guys are going to make this motion, and then I'm not going to lose this opportunity. I want to thank every member of this board, this governance team, for the work you have done this year, for the work that you've done for the last 2.5 years that I've had the privilege of working with you and working here on the coast side and working for CUSD. You have shown great commitment as a board, and I've been able to see you in closed session and open session alike really deal with some difficult issues and show compassion and grace, I think is how Kim would put this, throughout. So I really am honored to serve for you and to work for you and for this district. And I want to thank you, first of all, as we're about to close this thing, for what I consider you operating really well as a board. Okay. And I want to congratulate Lizette Cortez. Felicidades. Fue un placer, es un placer conocerte como una amiga y colega y mi boss, mi patrón. So And I want to congratulate Mary Beth Alexander and Freya McCammett and Sophia Lane for coming into their new positions. And to Lizette and to Kim for serving as members. And I want to thank Rosie Acosta for keeping me honest. Okay, here's the last bit. So last year we voted to, you voted to look at the review of annual of the board bylaw 9250. And it basically says that if a governing board member wants to get paid a certain amount, they can. Then the law or government code says that that can increase by 5%. The 5% increase would be $12 a month. So the total $252 per month per board member who elects to receive compensation for their service. That money goes up, from 240 to 252 because 5% of 240 was 24 is 10%, 12 is 5%. So it was $12 added, $252 a month. So if you want to take action on this, you can increase the amount of remuneration to 252, and we would revise that board by law to reflect that new amount. And my recommendation is that you either take action to do so or you let it ride at 240. But if you let it ride at 240, it exists. If you want to get rid of it, you have to make a motion. And if you want to increase it by the California government code by the $12 a month, then you have to make an action.
So should we be taking a motion in a second so that we can discuss doing it? And then we would vote it down if we decide not to. Okay. Do I have a motion?
So
I move, yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
I'll take Kimberly and Sophia. Thank you.
Okay, if anyone from the public has any comments on this, please raise your hand and Rosie will move you in to give a comment. Lizette has made a comment that she would like the increase. I think when we talked about this before, we talked about it as becoming which I hadn't really thought about it in the past, that it's kind of an equity issue that people might need this. If they want to serve, they might be missing out on their overtime or whatever else. I think Kim, you might have a comment. Go ahead.
I agree. I think it's appropriate to raise it based on what's available.
I also noticed that the city did a big increase in theirs. Theirs is way higher. They had done a big increase too, and I didn't hear the discussion around it, but I wonder if they were also talking about an equity in this case.
I think I don't know about their city council members, but I know that they did make a big increase to their staff. That was last year or last spring, but I don't know about their city council members. But this is by law, you are allowed to raise by that much and you are limited by that.
Okay, I think it's appropriate for people that it makes a difference in their ability to serve, that we should raise this just for the public's awareness. Not every board member chooses to take it. And so I think that it's appropriate for us to, to support it.
I wouldn't ever.
11 o'clock and I'm tired.
I wouldn't ever want, it's 11, wow. I wouldn't ever want someone to not serve on the board because they couldn't afford to miss their overtime shift that the evening we have our meetings or something like that. So I'm in favor as well. Anyone else? Okay, let's do roll call, Kim or Rosie, before Kim dies.
Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Well, we're about wrapped up now. We'll go over a few future events. A big, exciting one coming up. December 20th through 31st is the winter break. All sites will be closed. Happy holidays to everyone. January 3rd, teachers and staff workday, no school for students. That is all we have on our future events right now. And that wraps it up for the year. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Freya.
Kim, you got your second. We could have kept going. Roll
Lisa,
call, please.
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
all.
everyone.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank
See
you,
next
Rosie.
year.
Be safe, be healthy.
Take care.
Everybody, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.